Okay, I guess we are live. Yas, bitches. Okay. And as usual, I'm late. I decided to watch Captain Marvel at the last minute because why fuck not? And that was what my mindset was. But anyway, hi everyone. I am Team 15 and welcome to another rant stream. I haven't done these in a while, along with regular gaming streams, but anyway, oh shit, I forgot to announce that I am live. Let me just do that right now. Okay, let me just do that really fast. Okay, but yeah, happy Thanksgiving Eve, everyone. It's like, yes, let's talk about the Marvel movies that star everyone's favorite character from Marvel, Captain Marvel. But anyway, hi, Kind Gamer Patrick, and everyone else who's watching. Hi. So, okay. Now, these movies. Okay, so we're going to talk about two movies, right? We're going to talk about Captain Marvel and the Marvels. Honestly, the only reason I even bothered watching Captain Marvel was because I watched the Marvels yesterday. So I was like, you know what? Let me watch Captain Marvel, just so I can get some context for the Marvels. Because, in the Marvels, you do get flashbacks from that movie, from the Captain Marvel movie. So, yeah. Because I was like while I was watching the Marvels, I was like, wait, who the fuck is Monica? And then after watching the Captain Marvel movie, I was like, oh, that's who she is. Okay, so yeah, yeah, a lot of insane news happening right now. I mean, it's America. What else is new? But like, it's still like this is insane even for America's standards. The first Captain Marvel and the Marvels, aka the film that literally no one else on the planet has watched except for me and she. Just as no one else, just like how no one else on the planet has watched the World Series except for me and Blue. Basically, like again, I only watched Captain Marvel just just because I needed context for the Marvels. I mean, you can watch the Marvels without like needing to understand everything that was going on in the story. I was like, I might as well watch Captain Marvel too because I've been a bit curious about it. So, yeah, damn, that was the lowest viewed World Series of all time. Oh shit. Damn. So yeah, it's basically like that. And surprisingly, Captain Marvel has apparently it has one. It actually got $1 billion in the box office, like the Minions movie. And I was like, wow. I don't even know how well the Marvels did though. Hi Thomas, Sluggy Man, anyone else who's here? How well did the Marvels do? Let me look. I mean, I know it just came out now, but I'm curious as to. Okay, so far it's made 162.6 million against its gross budget of 274.8 million and its net budget of 219.8 million. So far it's not off to a good start. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, it's been only 12 days since the movie was released. Yeah, exactly. It's been less than stellar. And we're being generous with that because like right now it is not breaking even. Oh my god. But anyway, but yeah, I honestly, the only reason I even watched the Marvels. Now let's forget about Captain Marvel. Let's forget the Marvels for a moment. The only reason I even watched that was because I was curious. Because everybody's just tired of this whole girl boss movie craze that's going on right now, where it's like, oh, we need more strong female characters. And I'm not against that. I don't care if you have a strong female character. It's just that most writers nowadays don't really know how to write them. And Captain Marvel is one of those examples, but we'll get to that later. Um, so Yeah, Marvel, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? But but yeah, I know that the Captain Marvel and the Marvels, both of these movies have had a lot of controversy and still do to this day. So especially the Marvels, like if you thought Captain Marvel was controversial, yeah, not watch the Marvels. But um, but yeah, like uh, I knew that these movies had a lot of controversy when I decided to watch them. But I was like, you know what? I'll give them a chance anyway because you never know. Like a movie that's been like slammed by the public, maybe I'll like it. Maybe I won't. I like to give movies a chance even with all the controversy surrounding them. Like I did with Mulan 2020, which sucked anyway. So I gave it a chance. I knew the controversy behind it. I gave it a chance. It sucked. Well, how do I feel about the Marvel movies? Well, we're about to go into that. Although I might not be able to articulate exactly how I feel about these movies because there's something off about them, and that's an understatement. It's just hard for me to maybe I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me with that because I it's like I feel like there's something off about these movies, but I just can't quite put my finger on why they just don't completely work. Especially the first one. I mean, the second one I liked more than the first one, the but the first one was enjoyable. I enjoyed both movies. Just that they're kind of mid. Anyway, but yeah, Captain Marvel, as I said, it came out first, and the Marvels came out like damn 14 years after that, 14 and a half years after that. Holy shit. So yeah. Wait, do I? Oh, shit. My bad. I got the time. I got the date wrong. It's 2019. I'm stupid. Wait, what? Be right. My bad. It's 2019. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay, 4 years after. I was like, no, there's no way it could be that big again because he's like the Avengers movie came out in 2009. I was like, that's to be right. My bad. Okay, sorry. I thought I don't know how I messed it up, but anyway. But yeah, 4 years, 4.5 years apart. These movies were released. Okay. So yeah, again, they have a lot of controversy. Captain Marvel is the first one, and it's about it's basically it's kind of like the origin story, kind of the origin story for Captain Marvel. I mean, I guess it technically is, but it's like you do focus on the backstory, her backstory for a good bit of the film, but it's not that's like not really like the only focus. Or even the main, well, it is the main focus, but it's not the only main focus, I should say. Like, because there's another plot going on where, you have this war between the Kree and the Skrulls? I think that's how you pronounce their name, Skrull? Um, and yeah, like there's an intergalactic war between those two groups of people, races, I should say. And yeah, so Captain Marvel is mixed in with that, along with trying to find out what the fuck happened in their past, which she finds out at some point. But yeah. Yeah, my bad. Like I meant 2019. I said 2009 for some reason. I was like, wait, no, that can't be right because like didn't the Avengers come out in 2009? I think it did. Let me look really fast. No, 2012. My bad. So 2012 it came out. And when did Captain America the First Avenger come out? Let me look that up. I mean the Winter Soldier. Oh, the First Avenger. Yeah, technically. 2000. I don't know why I mixed those two titles up. Yeah, 2011. And then Winter Soldier came out in 2014. Okay. Okay, just wondering. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm indifferent to them too, especially the first one. Oh, there was a movie that came out in 1993 for Captain Marvel? Oh, okay. That I did not know. Yeah, I feel what you mean, Maple. I really do, actually. Because honestly, I do think that the second one is better than the first. Because the first, I think I can actually articulate what problems I have with the first, because it is an interesting story, but the character herself is so, how do I put this? Um, she's so flat that it's just hard for me to give a shit about her. But I mean, I cared about what happened to her, but like not to a huge degree. It's just like, oh, some shit happened. Okay. I mean, I feel bad for her, but it's like it doesn't make me find her compelling as a character. Anyway, but yeah, Captain Marvel talks. You get to learn how Marvel Captain Marvel got her powers, and in the Marvels, you get to learn about the two other girls, women, whatever, that got their powers. How one apparently walks through some sort of wormhole or text space time. I don't even remember. The Monica, the black girl. And then you had Kamala Khan. I think that was her name. I believe that was her name. And who I don't even know how she got her powers. I think the movie might have mentioned at some point, but I just forgot. Anyway, hang on, sorry. I'm trying to keep all this. Oh, hi, Blue. No, you're doing that mission. Oh, okay. You just did that mission. Oh, there was no Captain Marvel movie before those two? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess I misunderstood you then. There was no Captain Marvel movie before these. Okay, okay. Hey, Blue, how you doing? Oh, wait, I see what you mean now. Okay, I see what you mean now, Blue. I mean, not Blue, Maple. I see what you mean now. You're saying that the movie took place in 1993, but the movie was made in 2019. Yeah, that's correct, because when you look at the movie, yeah, it has 90s technology in it. Then the movie does take place in the 90s. So that's what you mean. Okay, sorry. I misunderstood you there. Okay. Because I was like, yeah, you could tell this took place in the 90s because they had that dial-up shit, and I was like, "Ew, this is cringe." 'Cause I remember having to deal with that as a kid. It's like, ew. Thank God we don't deal with that anymore. Anyway, Captain Marvel positives. Okay, I don't feel like talking about the synopsis of the movie. I mean, making a synopsis of the movie. I really could not give a shit. Um, I basically said what the movie was about earlier. Captain Marvel, she's this intergalactic, she's part of this intergalactic warrior team from the planet of Paula, where the Kree reside, I believe. I believe that's what's going on. And she's sent out to do a mission with her team, like usual. But then shit happens. She gets trapped. The mission goes wrong. She gets trapped on Earth and ends up having to fight, you know, enemies that come from the scroll race. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing their race name. Um, and from there, shit happens, and she gets mixed up with Shield and Nick Fury because who doesn't love having Nick Fury in any movie involving the Avengers? And oh yeah, we get to see Nick Fury's right hand man, Coulson. Is that Coulson? I think that's how you pronounce it. And and yeah, so yeah, shit happens, and then Captain Marvel with Nick Fury's help and her old friend Monica's uh, mother, whose name I forgot. Um, through their help, she finds out about her past, and she remembers. She suddenly remembers everything because she forgot earlier, and now she realizes that she's been fighting the wrong side of the war the whole time because the leader of at least one of the leaders of the scroll race came clean to her about everything. They realized, oh wait, she's actually not our enemy, and so they work together and find and turn against the Kree, and they succeed. And Captain Marvel decides to help the scroll find a place to. live, another place to live, because they can't live on the Earth, unfortunately. So yeah. Um. Oh yeah, and there's also this running conflict that Captain Marvel has with the. I don't call it much of a conflict, and you'll see why in a moment. But she has this. She's struggling with this. She lets her emotions get the better of her, according to her superior officer, whose name I forgot. Um. So so and he ends up being the villain. So she has this problem. Captain Marvel has this problem of, letting her emotions get the better of her, and which makes her do, which actually hampers her ability to control her powers. But she doesn't really overcome that because she realizes that that actually was not a flaw that she had. But the thing is that the movie spends so little time on it that you just can't be bothered to care. So we're just going to talk about the positives now, because I don't want to get into the negatives just yet. I probably should have done that first, but I can do the positives first. Anyway, let's see. The action scenes, the fight scenes, they were good. They were good. I mean, plenty of action from Captain Marvel, Nick Fury, Monica's mother, the Kree operatives, the Skrull warriors. Like there are plenty of good fight scenes in the film, plenty of them. And the last one in particular was pretty good, where Captain Marvel just flies through the air and just tears shit up. So like, not only did she finally learn how to control her powers, because there was this device on her neck that was literally preventing her from fully controlling them, and basically made her at the mercy of the supreme intelligence, the an AI that rules over the Kree people. But yeah, like, she destroys that device, and then she finally learns how to control her powers, and she basically, and not only that, but she also learns that she can fly and shit. So yeah, the fight scenes were decent, but some have way too many cuts in between them. I actually agree with that, because I feel like there were a few times where I had a hard time following what was going on. Which is why editing is so important when it comes to action scenes, because if you don't do it right, your scenes will look either really chaotic and not the good kind of chaotic, or just really sloppy. And like with Mulan 2020, there are actually a few good examples of that messy editing in there. So yeah, good fight scenes. Okay, the music. I like the music. There are some good songs in there. Like, I like some. I like them. I mean, some of them I don't really remember, but a few of them I do. Like the one that Nick Fury sang near the end of the movie. I like that one. And there was also another song, I forgot, I don't remember what exactly the name was, but it's a song that goes like, "What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man," or whatever. I like that one too. And of course, the music that played during the action scenes was pretty cool as well. So, and during the credits. So, I like the music overall. I won't say it's the best soundtrack, but I thought it was nice. But, that's subjective. I actually liked what they did with the scrolls in the movie. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. What else? Um, well, the CGI, I guess the CGI looks good. I thought it looks good. I thought the CGI, the special effects, I should say, the special effects, were good overall. I thought they were. Unlike, say, the Black Panther, where they were spotty in a few places, here I thought the special effects were quite good overall. What I really liked was like the ability for the scrolls to like change their physical form to the point where they can literally mimic a person's voice, and even like copy and even like absorb their most recent memories. So like not all their memories, but their most recent ones. So I thought that was pretty cool. So, and of course, the spaceships were pretty cool looking, and the crashes were cool. Yeah, I actually liked how humanized the Skrulls were in this movie too, because you thought they were the villains at first, but it's like, oh, actually, no. Like at first, I was like, no, we can't trust them, but then you see that, oh shit, they really. It's like they're not innocent completely, but you can tell that they really are. They really are victims. So I was like, I felt bad for them. I liked how they were actually how I like how they actually teamed up with Captain Marvel. Although in the Marvels, I hated something bad happens to them there, but I won't say what it is just yet because we're not at that point. But yeah, the Skrulls were actually cool characters. They were just cool characters overall. Let's put that there. I liked them for the reasons that Maple and I listed. And even if I don't think Carol being all stoic and emotionless worked for me, I'm at least glad they gave a reason as to why she's like that because she has amnesia and can't remember anything, and she was basically trained in the army where she had to be completely free of emotions. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense because you do get the idea. Like Captain Marvel does come off as stoic and emotionless throughout the movie, but there is a reason for that. Although to be honest, that's not the issue I had with her character. Because to be honest, even though she was not really all that emotional, I still felt like she had some emotions. So like so I didn't feel like she was completely like I didn't feel like she wasn't human. Like to me, like her problem was that her conflict was just shit overall. And again, I'll explain why in a moment. But but yeah, like at least she has a reason not to be, like all emotional and shit. Whereas Mulan in 2020, yeah, in the 2020 film, she was all dead and shit. Not the actress's fault, just poor direction. That's all I can say. Because I don't think the actress was bad. It's just that the direction was just shit. That movie overall was a mess. So I can't say I'm surprised. Any other positives? Okay, so let's see. Music, fight scenes, special effects, scrolls. I'm not going to put the story down because it has problems. Not entirely. Like some parts are good, some parts are just not. Um, what else? Are there any other positives I can think of? The humor. I like the humor. The humor was good. It was nice. Like there wasn't a whole lot of it, but enough, to make me laugh at some points. Like I actually did laugh several times. So the humor was definitely there. So yeah, it was nice to have that. Um, but probably the funniest parts were probably the banter between like a lot of the scenes with Nick Fury in general. They were just funny. This Nick Fury. Sorry, Nick Fury in general was just funny. He was funny. Like his scenes with Captain Marvel, his scenes with Talos from the Skrull race, his scenes with the cat Goose, who's not really a cat. Flecken. I think that's what I forgot what the actual name of the species was, but whatever. Basically, a cat that can shoot tentacles out of its mouth and devour people and things. Um, but yeah, like, Nick Fury in general was just really funny. Like, well, there's one moment I liked where, okay, so like Talos is, with he's at Monica's mother's house, with Monica's mother, uh, Carol, and Nick Fury, and they're all talking about where to find the energy core that, um, the one that 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 Kree rogue operative, what was her name? The scientist, I forgot. Marvel, like she was trying to take that away, keep it away from the Kree. Um, so Talos was trying to find out where it was, and then Carol, Monica's mother, and Nick Fury were all like, oh, it's simple, you don't need coordinates, you just need state vectors, and from there you can triangulate the object's position in space. And then the Talos goes to his science guy and said, "You couldn't figure that shit out. You're my science guy. You couldn't figure that shit out. You couldn't figure out that the thing was in orbit. God damn, that was funny, along with a few other scenes." I'm at least glad they let her emote more in the Marvels. Yeah, Captain Marvel does emote a lot more in the Marvels, which I do appreciate. Not gonna lie, when Captain Marvel was like, "Congratulations, Nick Fury, you finally asked a relevant question." Right? That was funny. Also, Goose the Cat, that is all. Yeah, Goose the Cat was funny. Though I'm not quite fond of him taking Nick Fury's eye out. At least we know how he got the eye patch now. Are there any other positives? I can't think of any. Oh, the characters. Captain Marvel is going to be a no for me. But what else? Okay, well, Nick Fury was awesome. I mean, Nick Fury is Nick Fury. I said Nicky. Nick Fury. Like some of the characters. Let me just say some of the characters. Some of the characters were cool. Nick Fury, Monica's mother. I actually liked her. Talos. I actually liked the villain of the movie. I forgot what his name was. The Kree lead, that guy who was operating Captain Marvel. He was the leader of Captain Marvel's team. I forgot what his name was, but I liked him as well. He was actually pretty intimidating. And Ronan also makes an appearance here, but not but it's a very short one. He makes a few appearances. Um, anything else? Anyone else? Bruce the cat was funny. I think that's so. Yeah, I liked some of the characters. First of all, I don't know if it was just me, but the lighting in the first fight scene in the movie was way too dark. I could barely see anything. Yeah, I mean that's actually pretty fair. Like yeah, they could have made the lighting a little better there because really all you could see were the lights of the weapons. That's really it. I mean, I could still see what was going on to some degree, but yeah, they could have made it a little brighter. I should let you know that the lead scroll Talos died in Secret Invasion. Oh shit. I did not know that. Okay, wow. Fuck. Along with Maria Hill. Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Okay, wow, that sucks. Oh, Marvel, don't kill off characters like that. I like these characters. You killed off Black Widow. And now you gotta and Iron Man. Don't kill off anymore. No, I'm kidding. Like if they want to kill off characters, they can. It's their right, and it makes for dramatic storytelling. Like, but I don't know. I just hate for my favorite heroes to be killed. Let's just say that the series was a mess. What else is new? Because Marvel just likes to turn out a bunch of crap. I think those are all the negative the all the positives I could think of. Like I can't think of any other positives. But let me just look at something really fast. Oh, right, the acting. I guess I could talk about the acting. I mean, I don't think it was bad. I thought the acting was fine. That was fine. Thought it was nice. I mean, Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson's Nick Fury. He nails the role just fine. Brie Larson. I mean, I think she did the role just fine too. I mean, yeah, again, Captain Marvel does come off as a bit emotionless in this movie, but her character was supposed to be like that, so yeah. So Brie was really just trying to fill that role, and I think she did a good job with it. I don't think she's a bad actress at all. I think she's a good actress. Everyone else was good too. I can't really think of any bad performances, but I think everyone in general was good. Secondly, this movie kind of felt like a movie that was being made when Marvel was still trying to figure out how to make these movies. Oh, and it shows, which is okay, the negatives. Okay, let's just talk about the negatives. Okay, so as I said, Captain Marvel has the beginning of the movie says that she has a struggle where she fails to control her emotions. I mean, she can obviously control them to some degree, but she still like she still has problems controlling them entirely. So she's not like, because she sometimes puts her feelings above the mission, and that throws her off during the mission, like while she's fighting or whatever. But the thing is that the struggle doesn't is basically almost non-existent in the movie because Captain Marvel can control her powers just fine, like at least up until she's caught by the Kree at the end of the movie. Towards the end of the movie, she can control her powers just fine. Like, so I'm just like, okay, so I don't know. It's like because the movie outright said, okay, so she has problems controlling herself, but she actually doesn't throughout the entire film. So it makes me wonder, okay, so what exactly is the conflict here? I don't know. It's just like I feel like they I don't know. It just didn't make much sense to me. Am I missing something here? Because because the movie presents us with the conflict, but then just resolves it towards the end of the film when it was basically non-existent throughout the entire the entire the entire movie. Exactly. That's the thing. We're told that she struggles to control her powers, but we're never shown that. Except at the very end, where she's having a problem fighting against the AI, and that's not even because that's not even due to her own. That's not her fault. It's because of the device on her neck. So like okay, and the movie doesn't even. It's, I don't know. It's just so messy. Like, what the fuck? You're gonna. The whole point of having a character like this is to have us empathize with their struggle, because it can be hard to put your feelings aside and do the fucking mission. And there are plenty of stories that do that very well. But this movie isn't one of them. And because Captain Marvel pretty much has no problems, yeah, that's the thing. She literally has no problems controlling herself throughout the entire movie. Like literally almost everything she does is presented as a good act, or at least something that she needed to do, whether or not it could be classified as good. So it's like, you see what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. So already, yeah, exactly. Like if she had lost it for like a scene or two in the movie where she just loses control and then messes things up, that actually would have been great. But that wasn't what happened. So yeah, let me just put that down. Captain Marvel. Oops, I can't type today. Captain Marvel supposedly has a flaw where she can't control her emotions, but she has no problems doing so throughout the whole, almost, let's say almost throughout the whole damn movie. So we're given the struggle that she's that that the story tells us she has, but like she actually doesn't go through that. And we're supposed to, and towards the end, where she, not only breaks free of the AI's control, but actually learns how to fly, and basically does crazy shit at the end. Where the movies want us to think, well, now Captain America has. I keep saying Captain America. Captain Marvel has more control over her powers. She never exactly lost control, fam. Or not even so much her powers, but just her emotions. But again, that's literally what she does throughout the movie, control her emotions. Like she never really loses control. She doesn't. So already we're off to a bad start. So that's the first problem with this movie, where you have a character who supposedly has a struggle, but because she doesn't actually go through that struggle, or at the very least, barely any of it is shown, you know, there's really not a conflict with her character, and thus we have no reason to care. Because Captain Marvel, sorry. See, I'm not good with names. Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel could have been a compelling character. This is actually one reason why I think, in a way, the Black Widow movie, um, or not so much the Black Widow movie, but Black Widow as a character is just better than Captain Marvel, because she actually goes through shit. She has struggles that make you feel sorry for her. Like, she's a badass, but she's also human. She struggles. She has flaws. She's not perfect. She fucks up. Captain Marvel does none of that. So you have one female character that, even though she had a kind of a crappy movie, it was still good overall. And then you have another character with also a movie that was pretty mid, but it's just not compelling. So oops. Anyway, exactly, like Captain Marvel, like, we're supposed to believe that she developed somehow, but she actually didn't. So you see why I said she's flat? Remember how I said in the beginning of the stream that she was flat? She's a flat character. She's a flat character. She doesn't actually develop. Really, all she just does is learn that the people that she worked with, the Kree, they're not her. They're not on her side. But yeah, yeah, the scene itself where she breaks out of the AI's control, that was good. That was awesome. But because her struggle is almost non-existent, that scene isn't exactly. It doesn't hit as hard as it should have. It doesn't hit as hard as it should. So basically, Captain Marvel. is a character that's supposed to have a struggle, but because she doesn't actually go through that struggle, she doesn't end up becoming a compelling character. So it makes me wonder why this was even a plot point in the movie. That's actually my biggest problem with the movie. Something that I noticed quite early on, actually. So I was like, okay, yeah. Now I'm starting to see why people kind of don't like this movie. But that's the first problem with it. Are there any other problems though? I feel like there are. Give me a moment. 'Cause I feel like that actually might be the only problem I have with the movie, if I'm going to be honest. I could have sworn I had another one, but I don't even remember what it was. Oh yeah, let me just go ahead and add that as a separate point. I mean, it ties into the first point, but I'll just add it as a separate point. Captain Marvel is a flat character, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Flat characters are not necessarily bad. Like, not every character needs to develop or change in a story. The problem with Captain Marvel is that she was supposed to develop. She was supposed to change, and she didn't. So it's oops. Like she just acts the same way as before, and we're supposed to believe that she triumphed over her demons. What demons, bitch? What demons, bitch? So no, sorry, Captain Marvel. Not no. She's honestly better in the Marvels movie. I will admit that she is a better character there. I don't know what the fuck the writers were doing with her character in this movie, but just no. Yeah, like seriously, like in the Marvels, she's actually a good character. But here, she's so flat. Oh my god, it's so sad. It's just so fucking sad. Anything else? Those actually might be my two biggest problems with the movie. Because I never, because even though, I can understand people getting annoyed with the not recent, well, really not that recent, but still fairly recent influx of girl boss movies out there, superhero girl boss movies. So I can see why people would be kind of annoyed with Captain Marvel, but I never really fully understand why people didn't like her until I watched the movie and I was like, okay, now I see why. So, yeah, sorry. To be honest, you know what actually did the story better than the movie? Than this movie, Sonic Rush with Blaze the Cat. I agree. Because Blaze the Cat actually develops in Sonic Rush and in Sonic Rush Adventure. She develops throughout those two games. Where at first she becomes all closed off and distant, not trusting anyone, just completely jaded, keeping her emotions in check, like just doing what needs to be done at the cost, like whatever the cost, she had to do it. But then over time, she learned that that really wasn't the best way for her to live her life. And so she gradually learned to open up, to trust people, to to learn that it's okay to have emotions. It's okay to trust, to put your trust in people. Like it's okay to ask for help. She learned that. Captain Marvel could have been something like that, but she wasn't. Sorry. Like I'm not saying this to be mean, but this movie, Captain Marvel, this character, she's just so flat. She's so basic. She doesn't actually develop. She kicks ass throughout the entire thing, which is fine. Like that's fine. She does like not every hero needs to actually struggle when it comes to fighting in the story. Because struggles can lie elsewhere. Maybe not so much with the in the physical aspect of a person's character, but in the mental aspect. That can happen too. Because like Superman, he kicks ass. He's pretty much unstoppable, but he has struggles. So you don't necessarily have to make a character physically weak or anything to have them struggle. They can struggle in other ways, but Captain Marvel, sorry, doesn't struggle at all. So sorry, I hate to I hate to sound like a broken record, but that really was the biggest issue I had with the movie. Like, and again, like I was willing to ignore the controversy. I gave the movie a chance. I liked it. Don't get me wrong, but Captain Marvel. was such a flat ass character. And as Maple pointed out in the chat earlier, this movie felt like the writers kind of didn't know what they were doing, at least regarding how to write strong female characters. Like they tried, but they failed. And the Marvels, in some ways, it was better, and in some ways, it was worse. Um, yeah, I'm gonna be like I like the movie. I like the story in the first movie more than the story in the second movie, but the story in the second movie is better told than the story in the first movie, if I'm gonna be honest. So there's a give and take there with me. That was all. That was honestly a big reason as to why Blaze's story resonated with me because I too can be stuck and have trouble asking others for help. I'm the same way, actually, if I'm going to be honest. I know, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, some of you might have already suspected that. I don't know. But yeah, like sometimes I have problems asking others for help because I'm so used to doing everything myself, so used to like being really independent. But yeah, like it's okay to ask others for help. It's okay because most people do have good intentions. They're not perfect, but they do have good intentions. So, so yeah. Nick Fury lost his eye to an effing cat. Yeah, I actually agree with you. That see, I found that funny, but at the same time, I didn't like it because like they made him lose his eye over a joke. Like if it had been an accident, I wouldn't have cared. But like over a joke, they made him lose his eye over that. Especially when that cat had actually no problems with Nick Fury up until that point, and then and then boom, an eye is lost. Like what the fuck? Where did that come from? So yeah, that I didn't. So yeah, like that scene, it was funny, but at the same time, I found it dumb. So I'm just mixed on that. Oh hey, Tan Man, the Man of Tan. How Nick Fury came up with the invention? Oh yeah, because of Captain Marvel. He saw a picture of Captain Marvel as a pilot. A little before she developed her, she got her powers from shooting the engine core of her downed plane, ship, whatever. Like the name Adventures was on her fucking ship, and then Nick Fury was like, okay, you know what? Instead of calling my program the Protector Initiative, where I would assemble heroes from all over the galaxy to help protect Earth from intergalactic threats and shit, why don't I just use that name instead, the Avengers Initiative or whatever he was going to call it? And and I was like, okay, cool. Not that I really care, but cool. Anyway, and it's like, yeah, like you don't even do anything with that until 15 years later when you meet Iron Man. So like the writers did not think that through because again, Captain Marvel took place in 1993. So that's like a decade and a half of Nick Fury literally not doing anything um with that initiative until he fucking meets Iron Man. So it's like you guys there's a continuity issue here. I mean, it doesn't actually break anything in the stories, like the lore, but that's a pretty big ass time gap. So, oops. Captain Marvel being flat is also very apparent with her appearance in Endgame. Yeah, I remember talking about that. Where, I mean, to be honest, having her throughout the entire movie would have made like the Avengers job a little too easy. Then it's like, okay, well, if you find her that problematic, don't put her in the fucking story then. But they decided to put her in the end because why the fuck not? Like, I honestly think she just should not have been in the movie. She did not need to be in the movie. Like the movie could have done just fine without her. Well, for the most part, because she does end up rescuing Iron Man, only for him to. He ends up dying anyway, but that's beside the point. She does rescue him because he at one point is stranded in space with Nebula. So yeah. Yeah, how does Captain Marvel not age? I don't know what her powers are. Maybe does she have anti-aging powers, or maybe she just has really slow aging? I don't know. I don't know what the hell her powers are. All I know is that she can manipulate light and shit, and she's really strong. And I'm sure there's more than that. She can survive in space. But like I know almost nothing about her character. I mean, I've heard of her character, obviously. I just never looked at her character. Literally, the only Marvel character that I actually that I've been paying it to great attention to is Spider-Man, and to a much lesser extent, Captain America. Everyone else is just to me. No, she didn't need to be there. Exactly. Like, I mean, her appearance was cool, but she literally did not need to be in Endgame. I'm sorry, she just didn't need to be in Endgame. She just didn't. It's like the writers did not know what to do with her character. It's like, okay, we want to put her in, but she's just gonna wreck everyone's shit. So, let's just have her do a few cool things and then have her fuck off. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. It's just, oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, like there's also this scene, post credit scene or whatever, at the end of the first at the first Captain Marvel movie, where she shows up. Because remember, like Nick Fury had given her no, sorry, Captain Marvel had given Nick Fury a pager that she upgraded so that it could like have reception across galaxies. Um, and I forgot how the Avengers got their hands on it, but it was in their lab. Um, and and Captain Marvel showed up in their lab and then asked where Nick Fury was. So, and then then there's this caption that says, "Oh, Captain Marvel will show up in Endgame." Barely. So, oops. Okay, so that's the reason as to why she doesn't age. Okay, I was just wondering. I was just wondering because I looked up her powers and I was like, so apparently she can actually slow down her aging, or her aging is already like there's just like she has a very slow down effect. So Ronan also made an appearance in this movie, and he still kind of sucks as well. Let me. Oh my God, you are absolutely right. Let me talk about Ronan. Ronan is shit in this movie. He is shit. He is shit in this movie. Let's just say that he's shit in this movie. I don't even know why he was in the movie. Like the movie could have done just fine without him. Like he talks to the Kree at the beginning of the movie, and then well, one of the generals or whatever, commanders, whatever, and who later asks Ronan for help, and Ronan's like, okay, we'll go and help take out the we'll go and help you take out the terrorists. Terrorists. I use that term loosely. So he shows up at the fucking the right above planet Earth or some shit, and Captain Marvel just goes and wrecks all of his ships. And then he's like, "Oh no, we're fuck that. We're out of here. I'm tapping out." And then he just fucks off with his crew. And I'm like, "Okay, I guess that big ass hammer is just for show." I'm like, fuck you, Ronan. Like, man, you're shit in this movie. You shit in this movie. You don't do anything. Like he literally could have been written out. Why was he even in this movie? Because that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, why is he in this movie when he barely does anything? Like literally could have just been the movie could have just not had him in it at all. And he's somehow ugly in the 1990s. Apparently. Damn, I'm just ripping this movie apart. I'm sorry. But you see, I kind of came in. I kind of expected that the movie was going to be lukewarm. Like I expected that my reception was going to be lukewarm, and that's exactly what I got. I enjoyed it. It was fun. It was a fun time. But damn, there are a few glaring problems with it. because continuity, I guess. The Marvel lore, I mean, I know that the writers are trying to keep things consistent, but they're kind of doing a crappy job at that. So, anyway, so yeah, sorry, Ronan, you took a big L in this movie. Are there any other negatives I could think of? I think we covered the biggest ones. I'm not sure if I can. I honestly think those are the only problems I had. Because again, I did enjoy the movie. I don't think it's bad. It's just mid. Not Black Widow level mid. I feel like that one's actually worse in a way. But but like but yeah. Sorry, Miss Marvel, but eh, this movie just no. Sorry. She ripping Captain Marvel apart. I'm sorry. Like, but yeah. See, this is what happens when you just put in a female protagonist in a story and not know what the fuck to do with her. This is exactly the kind of crap you get. Don't do that crap. Don't. Just don't. I think that's it. Don't blame me. The movie's ass anyway. I mean, yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly it is. It also had the same guy that was in Guardians of the Galaxy, which Drax killed, finger to the throat means death style. Really? I honestly didn't even notice. But yeah, overall, this movie is so mid. Hmm. Now on to the Marvels, which, okay, I know that this movie has a lot of controversy too, and right now it's not doing so well in the box office, but I was like, you know what? Let me give it a chance anyway. I want to give something a chance, even if I'm expecting it to suck. Like, remember the first Teen Titans Go movie? Like, I thought that was gonna suck. It didn't. I enjoyed it. So I was like, okay, well, maybe the Marvels will be maybe I'll have a similar experience with the Marvels, and eh, I enjoyed it. I liked it, sort of, but eh, it has a few issues too. So, and I'm not bashing this. Oh, the same actor. You know it was the same actor, but not the same character. If you don't know if it was the same character, okay, fair enough. 2 out of 5, 2.5 out of 4 stars for me. Okay, that's fair. I don't even know what I would rate the. I guess. I guess. Hmm. If I give it a 6.5 out of 10, that'd be like the same rating as I think that's the same rating that I gave the Black Widow movie, and I don't really want to put this movie on that level because I think the Black Widow movie is actually worse than Captain Marvel. But um, but yeah. Oh damn, I have a lot of rant streams here. Um, where did I even put it? Oh, I think it was in one of the Avengers movies. Hang on, let me open this new tab. No, it's in one of these. Okay, not that one. Oh, so it must be in the part two one. Okay, yeah. So what did I give Black Widow? I gave it so yeah, I gave it a 6.5 out of 10. So I would give Captain Marvel, sorry, a 7 out of 10. I'm not gonna give it like I'm not gonna give it like any higher than an 8. Or even an 8. I don't think it deserves an 8. I don't think it deserves less than a 7, but I don't think it deserves more than an 8. So I'll give it or even an 8. So I'll just give it a 7. So yeah. So yeah, the Marvels. Okay. So now there's not just one Marvel superhero, Miss Marvel, whatever. There are two other ones. And I don't remember one's name is Monica, the other is just Kamala. I don't remember how Kamala got her powers. I don't, but like, the movie does mention how Monica got her powers though. And I forgot exactly what Monica's power is. I know she can like phase through shit and turn invisible. I literally forgot what exactly. because I know all three have the ability to like manipulate light in some form. I think Kamala's power is to like solidify it, and Captain Marvel's power is to like blast out of her hands. And I forgot what Monica's power, like specifically what it does. Well, the movie mentioned it at one point, but I cannot remember. All three of them can manipulate light in a way, but I cannot. I'm not sure exactly how Monica does hers. So, but yeah. Um. I, so what's the movie about? Okay, so it's about. Why am I struggling to remember this? I literally just watched it yesterday. Maybe it's because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. But anyway, oh yeah, now I remember. So the Kree are back, and they're looking for blood because Captain Marvel went and destroyed their AI, the supreme intelligence that ruled over their planet, which fucked them over. Um, that wasn't shown in the first movie, nor was it shown in. It was shown in this movie, but it was a flashback thing. So it happened in between the first movie and this movie. Um, I don't know exactly where it happened or when it happened, but it happened in between these movies. So now the leader of the Kree, she's looking, she wants to save her people. She wants to save her planet. Um, so she's basically going around the galaxy and literally creating warp points with this artifact she found. Unstable warp points are literally sucking away resources from other planets like water and the sun and shit, and putting them on putting them on a planet that she relocated all the Kree people to. And but the problem is that she's literally ripping apart the space time continuum while doing this. So the Marvels, Monica, Kamala, and Carol all have to go and stop her. Oh, and at one point, um, she the I forgot what the woman's name was. The leader of the Kree. I think it started with an A. I cannot remember, but she at one point, tries to set up a peace, an alliance with the Scroll or whatever, which they're willing to do, but then she fucks them over. Um, she stabs him in the back, and the Marvels try to save the Scroll because um, an unstable war point had been created above the Scroll's home. So the Marvels had to go and try to save as many as they could. They couldn't save everyone, unfortunately. So yeah, shit. But in the end, the Marvels do stop um that crazy ass bitch. Um, actually, to be honest, she really destroyed herself because she was trying to find the other bangle. Like she found an artifact that was it was a gauntlet that would go on her that that would go on your arm. Kamala had the other bangle. Um, and later that crazy bitch finds the bangle, takes it from Kamala, and literally uses both to rip apart to create yet another hole in the space time continuum. And this one was even worse than the others. She was trying to suck away the sun from the planet, like near the planet Earth sun. She was trying to put that into the planet, that warp that into the planet where she had relocated all her people. Fortunately, all the Marvels worked together to close up the hole before it could like literally rip apart the entire space time continuum. That was like the worst hole ever. But unfortunately, Monica had to sacrifice herself to do it because she had to go on the other side of the hole because the other side of the hole was like it had a whole new reality, an alternate reality behind it. So Monica literally had to go on, stay on the other side and close up the hole. Carol tried to save her, but couldn't. So now Monica, she's no longer in Carol's reality. So yeah, bittersweet ending. But yeah, I mean, still enjoyed the movie. We got to see Kamala Khan and her family. The Fury's there, of course, working with a bunch of people in space. Particularly these two people whose names I forgot. But yeah, um, okay, so yeah, overall, Darben. Okay, the villain's name is Darben. Okay, thank you, Darben. Jurassic Park. I've never even watched those movies. I should watch them. I've known about them for a long time. Who doesn't know about Jurassic Park? But I've never actually watched any of them. I should get to around to watching that. So apparently, two is too ambitious for its own good, and movie number three is a big dumb action movie and commits to that. Okay, it's nice for movies to be honest about themselves because some movies aren't, but others are. WandaVision and Miss Marvel um were good until they weren't, and Secret Invasion was just crap. Ooh, damn. The fact that they want you to watch the shows to understand the movies is just dumb, especially when they aren't good. And to be honest, I don't think you really have to watch those to understand this movie. Okay, good, because that's honestly, I didn't watch those shows. So, but I did watch the first Captain Marvel movie, so I did have some context as to what was going on between the conflict. I mean, about the conflict between Carol and Monica. So, honestly, I don't care to watch any of the Marvel shows. I really couldn't care less. I know that there are shows out there for many of the Marvel franchises. To me, it's kind of like with DreamWorks, where it's like they're there, but I don't give a shit about them. I know they're there. Like I know that DreamWorks has plenty of shows for its movies, just as Marvel has plenty of shows for its franchises. I don't care to watch any of them because to me, it feels like I haven't watched most of these, but to me, it really just feels like these are just soulless shows where Marvel's really just churning out content after content, where it's like, oh, okay, you like these movies? Okay, why don't we make some shows? And I'm like, okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Making a show from a movie is not a bad thing. I mean, that's what Tangled did. But you have to make the thing is that it doesn't always work. And I feel like there are just too many of those shows going around right now, and I just can't be arsed to watch all of them. So that's why I really don't watch those kinds of shows. But that's just me. So first positive, Kamala Khan. I actually loved her. Yes, I loved her in this. Kamala Khan. Kamala Khan was just too precious. We loved her. She honestly liked her. I liked her acting. I liked the actress acting. I liked the character. Although she is a little overbearing at points because she's a really big fan of Captain Marvel. But I found it tolerable for the most part. I actually liked her. She was funny. She was spunky. Like, and I thought her power was so cool. Like, she can actually solidify light and use it. Like, she can turn light into solid matter, which I found really, really cool. And I was just like, I want that power. Honestly, I think that's like actually like that's my favorite. I think she might actually be my favorite of the Marvels in terms of abilities because I really like that power. I mean, the other two have cool powers, but I really liked hers for some reason. Like really, like Kamala Khan. I just liked her character. To me, she kind of she actually reminds me of Homecoming Spider-Man, who's also pretty much a fanboy. Like she gives me Homecoming Spider-Man and Pro the Panda Bear vibes, where they're just happy to be fighting alongside their heroes, which kind of messes them up at certain points during missions, like where they get distracted or they just become too fanatic. It's like that. I don't know. Characters like that are actually kind of they're endearing in a way. So Yeah, I actually do like Kamala Khan as a character. And her intro was pretty funny, where she was just like, "Oh, Miss Marvel!" Like she's just drawing a little episode of her fighting alongside Miss Marvel, or I should say Captain Marvel, because she's Miss Marvel. Sorry, I'm having a hard time keeping all these names straight. But yeah, like yeah, I thought that was a pretty funny segment. I like her character overall. I also like that, that she learns throughout the movie about I mean, she already knows about. She's already a superhero, so she's aware of the struggles of being a superhero. But after the events of this movie, she actually experiences. I don't know if she had experienced loss before that point, but she does experience loss in this movie because again, Monica ended up being stuck in another reality. So that was her. And on top of that, like she tried to save a bunch of the Skrulls. Remember that whole scene with them with their home being torn apart by that wormhole? She tried to save them. She wanted to save them all. She saved some of them, but she couldn't save all of them. And it was just heartbreaking to see her suffer from that. Because that's basically what war is like, people die. And it's awful. So she actually does develop throughout the movie, although it still ends up being her spunky self at the end. So that's nice. Yeah, she's basically like a female version of Tom Holland. Called it! What's funny though is that Ayman Vellani is pretty much just like Kamala Khan in real life. I remember when she first got cast as Miss Marvel and people found her letterboxd account. It was interesting. She gave the first Captain Marvel 2 stars out of 5, claiming that those 2 stars were not for Brie Larson, that she would literally die for Brie Larson. And she ended up acting alongside Brie Larson. Like isn't it just the greatest feeling where you love where you're a big fan of somebody and then you actually end up working with them in the future. Like, isn't that just the greatest feeling? Because not many people get to do that. And you should get, and even she even gave Spider-Man 3 a 4.5 out of 5 stars, saying it was unironically great. That reminds me of my opinion of Spider-Man 3, where I know it's shit, but I actually liked it anyway. But let's be honest, I've been liking it less and less lately because opinions can change over time. So I don't like Spider-Man 3 as much as I used to. But yeah, it reminds me of that. Mhm. I'm curious to see how Kung Fu Panda 4 will be and what direction to do with Poe from there forward. I'm curious about that too because I don't really think we need a Kung Fu Panda 4, although honestly, you all know how I feel about that. Like, we all don't want a Kung Fu Panda 4. We don't. Because, like, what's the point? I feel like 3 wrapped things up nicely. So, having a fourth one, I feel like it's going to be just another Toy Story 4 where the movie still ended up being good overall, but just unnecessary. I mean, I welcome Toy Story 4, but it's like I liked it, but it's just like, did we really need it? We didn't. And apparently a fifth one is on the way, and no, Lightyear doesn't count. But like, because we all know how I feel about Lightyear. But yeah. I mean, I have more positives for the Marvels. Don't worry, I have more positives. It's just that we just started listing the positives. There's just a lot to say about Kamala Khan. Like, I just like her character. She did claim that she tried to delete all of her social media accounts when she got cancer, but forgot to delete that one. Oh, damn, that sucks. Oh, you finished up GTA 5? Nice. Good, because honestly, that story. I mean, I don't. I'm gonna save this until after the stream because I don't want to like digress. But GTA 4, 5. Sorry, that's the first half of the game is great. The second half, no. Anyway, light year, more like shit year. Yeah, yeah, exactly, shit year. Light waste, shit year. Excuse me? No, it's happening. Yeah, there's a Toy Story 5 in production. I don't quite know why, but there is. Because honestly, 4 wrapped up things even more than the third one did. So, where are you gonna what's gonna happen after that point? especially when Woody and Bo aren't even around anymore. And Woody is basically the face of Toy Story, if I'm going to be honest. So, yeah. Fucking hell. Okay, so, yeah, I can't hate Spider-Man 3 either. It's not great. It's objectively the worst out of the three films for a reason. I've already stated the reasons, where basically everyone in that movie is just a huge ass cunt. But, and that's just one of the biggest problems with it. But I can't hate Spider-Man 3. I just can't. I just can't hate it. Anyway, any other positives? I liked Monica. Monica was cool too. I actually liked her. I found her funny and smart and spunky. Like she had her own thing going on. Like all the Marvels, they all had their own charming qualities, and I liked Monica's. Like she's like the most serious. I feel like she's the most serious out of all of them, which actually works. Because I feel like she bounces off the other two, sorry, pretty well. I guess she's the straight man or straight woman of the group. And Farrell actually has more of a personality in this movie. Oh, thank God. Because in the first one, she didn't, although to be fair, there was kind of a reason for that. But she's more expressive and emotive here. And I love it. So, but yeah, going back to Monica, I actually liked her. I liked her personality. I liked her powers. I found her sacrifice at the end just very heartbreaking. Actually, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but I actually cried over that. I did cry over that. Kind of like I cried when Iron Man died in Endgame, and how, and and I also cried when half the fucking universe got blipped at the end of Infinity War, especially when Spider-Man broke down and said, "No, I don't want to leave. Please, I don't want to leave," and then got blipped away. That broke my heart. So yeah, Monica's disappearance broke my heart too. Monica's kind of thick. She kind of is. I mean, you're not wrong. She's the thickest out of all of them, in a way. So, yeah. Oh, at least Sonic 3 is coming. I can't wait for that. Me too. I can't wait. Especially, remember the ending of Sonic 3, Sonic 2? Oh man, I can't wait for Sonic 3. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with a certain character. I need to watch that movie because I've never watched Logan. I broke quite a bit during Guardians 3. I did too. I actually did too. There were a few moments where I did tear up in Guardians 3 too. Honestly, Guardians 3 is just such a good movie. Like clearly the best out of all of them. The other two were good, but three was just so good. Like it was truly the best way to end the series. It was bittersweet. It was one hell of a ride. I loved it. I was like, this movie is the shit. But anyway, but yeah, like but yeah, I actually did like Monica as a character. And I liked her powers. Guardians 3 was number 4 in your rankings. Oh, nice. I really did need to read your list. It's just that there are so many Marvel movies that I haven't even watched. Because to be honest, I mean, I like Marvel, but I don't really care for them all that much. Like, I just watch them whenever I'm, like, just once in a while. Like with the Marvel movies. Like that was just a once in a while thing. I don't like unless it's a Spider-Man thing. That's Spider-Man's really the only character I pay any sort of attention to on a regular basis. It's really just everything else that I don't care much for. Into the Spider-Verse was number one. Oh wow, you put Into the Spider-Verse as number one? Damn. Because Into the Spider-Verse is a pretty good film. Although to be honest, I put Across the Spider-Verse above it. But I can see why some people would like Into the Spider-Verse more. Because to be honest, I liked Into the Spider-Verse slightly more than Across the Spider-Verse, but Across the Spider-Verse was to me was the better movie, but just slightly. Because they're both very good. 83. Goddamn, Maple. Yeah, that's fair. Like I'm sure that moment where Monica, sacrificed herself, it's not gonna make everyone cry. It made me cry, but it's not gonna make everyone cry. So that's fair. But yeah. And Carol, as we just said, oh my god, Carol was allowed to be Carol actually she was actually emotive. Holy shit. Like she actually felt like more of a person in that movie. I'm guessing because see, the thing about the first movie, I think I did allude to this at one point, but maybe I didn't emphasize it enough. There's this one scene where I didn't mention this part though. There's this one scene where um Captain Marvel and Nick Fury are bonding and they both realize that they both have the same that that they both relate in that, they sometimes do things that are against orders, but that they feel they should do. So, so Captain Marvel learns that, her, not being able to keep her emotions in check is actually not really so much a bad thing, and that it can actually be her greatest strength. But see again, we don't have that struggle with her keeping her emotions in check very much, so it doesn't really. So already we see that it's not really a flaw that that she struggles with, and the whole conflict falls flat. So, but anyway, it's nice to see her actually being more emotive and feeling more like a person. I actually like her in this film more than in the first film. Like in the first film, she wasn't a bitch or anything. She just wasn't compelling. But in this one, she actually feels like a compelling character. So I was like, oh wow, she actually got an upgrade in terms of development. I'm guessing the writers realized, yeah, she kind of sucks in the first film. Let's fix that. It's too bad they waited until now to do that, right? Like I'm like, you're gonna wait until 2023 to make Captain Marvel a likable character. I was like, the fuck? What's going on? What's going on, Marvel? What's going on? Yeah, I really do want. Oh, let me actually. I need to text my brother because I really do want to like get Spider-Man 2 the game. I really do want to get it, but the thing is that I don't have a PS5. Bummer. And see, and see, like, I've been thinking about getting one, but I think my brother might actually get one for for a Black Friday deal. Because remember when I said that remember he got like a PS4 years ago for our family, and it was a Spider-Man 2, sorry, Spider-Man PS4 bundle. It was the bundle. And he got that for a Black Friday deal. So I was like, and he's thinking about getting a PS5 as well. So I'll do it after the stream, but I was going to like text him and be like, if you're going to get the PS5, make sure you get the physical edition because I cannot get the digital edition. I don't see a reason to. I don't see a reason to get it. Give me the physical edition because it's like, why would I limit myself to just one way of playing a game? Just ill. And I don't feel like it's really worth saving $50 for that because like there's really only a $50 difference between the two versions. I think there is, and I'm just like that's not really enough for me to care. So anyway, I will. Anyway, I'm gonna text my brother and see if he's gonna get a PS5, and if he gets one, I'll be really really happy. I'll be really happy because I have been wanting one. I just haven't gotten around to getting it. Although to be fair, I haven't really needed to get it at this point in time. So, but yeah, hopefully I can get Hopefully I can get one for Black Friday. That'd be so cool. Yeah, that's the thing. Kingdom Hearts 4 is going to be released eventually, and I really do want to do that because I saw one of the trailers. The game looks absolutely gorgeous. But anyway, back to the movie. So, oh yeah, right. Final Fantasy 16 is going to come out. Mortal Kombat. I didn't even know there was going to be there that there was a new game in the works. But, but yeah, I really do want a PS5 at this point. The Xbox Series X, I don't give a shit about, but the PS5 I do want. Anyway, what's also kind of messed up is how it basically implies that Captain Marvel basically single-handedly started the war she's been fighting in for so long. In a way, you could basically say that she's basically the MCU's equivalent of the Iblis Trigger. Yeah, that's basically it. I didn't actually like that in the movie either because because she tried because she was trying to do the right thing but ended up making things worse. But the thing is that the movie implies that all this was her fault, and it wasn't. Like like she like the war was a thing even before she had any hand in it. So so I don't know. I really didn't like the implication from that movie either. I guess we can make that a negative. But yeah, FF7 Rebirth. I didn't even know that was a thing until just now. Let's see. Except she actually did do all the things that the villain accused her of doing, which is honestly an idea that I wish was explored more. The villain actually seeing Captain Marvel as the real villain of this movie. Yeah, except that she wasn't, which sucked. The consequences of her past actions that have come back to haunt her. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. So basically, she's reaping what she sowed. And and but the thing is that like okay, so apparently what's her name again? That villain's name? I literally forgot. I'm so forgetful when it comes to names. Let's see. Oh yeah, Darben. Darben. So apparently she's not the real villain. Captain Marvel is because she was the one who screwed the Kree over. But the Kree screwed the Skrulls over. But the thing is that even though Captain Marvel is painted as the one who the Kree over, and she did, it's like it's it's like it's the movie doesn't really explore that very much. So it's like I agree. I thought I would have it was interesting to have a movie where Captain Marvel was kind of like was she was basically the villain in a way, but the movie doesn't dwell on that for too long. So kind of makes me wonder why it was even a thing. But anyway, yeah, the action was actually even better than in the first movie. The action scenes were actually better this time around. They were. They were. Like especially when the Marvels, because at one point they every time they used their light based powers, they switched places in the universe or in the galaxy, I should say, and they learned how to deal with that. And in the end, they're literally just pulling off combos like it's nothing. And I was just like, they are kicking ass. Like the choreography actually really did impress me in the final fight against Marvel with the final fight with the Marvels and Darben. Like the choreography was just so good there. The Marvels were literally just swapping places and just knocking the fuck out of Darben with their abilities. I was like, damn. And they were even doing that like a little before that, where they were just tag teaming each other and taking down foes. Like the action was pretty good overall. I liked it. And Nick Fury, of course, has a few good moments as well. Because Nick Fury, he needs to kick ass. He's Nick Fury. He kicks ass. That's his thing. So yeah, I really like the action scenes. Yeah, it was basically hand waved. Exactly. It's like, oh, Captain Marvel fucked the Kree over. Um, okay, and it's. I mean, to be fair, at least she, create a son at the end. She was like, okay, I'm gonna just bust through this rock and create you guys a new son, and then I'll just fuck off. It's like, fine, you want a son here? Here, you can have your son. Oh, okay, cool. Like, I feel like if she could, like, Darben, you could have just asked Captain Marvel to do that. You didn't need to fucking kill yourself over it. But, again, she didn't think to do that because Captain Marvel was the one who screwed her over in the first place, her and her people. So, it makes sense. But it's like, Captain Marvel literally just solved the problem so easily. So it's like, why didn't you just do that before? It's like, it's just such a simple fix. Oh, hi, Kind Gamer Patrick. Yeah, they took advantage of the tag team aspect. Like, they had to learn how to deal with it at the beginning, but they got the hang of it pretty quickly. Star Ben is kind of babe too, to be honest. Tom Hiddleston is one lucky guy. Oh wow, Maple. But, but yeah, she's not bad looking. What was I gonna say? Um, shit, there was something. Oh yeah, I forgot. I actually like Kamo's family. Kamo's family is pretty funny. They were cool. I liked them. The brother, the mother, the father. They all had funny moments. And not to mention that there was this fight in their house at the beginning, and even though they weren't trained fighters, they were actually kicking some real ass. And I was like, okay, okay, you guys go. Now, granted, they still needed help from the Marvels, but they were actually kicking ass. And I was like, okay, okay, wow, okay, you guys go. So see, you don't actually need to be a big superhero to kick ass. Like they were just actually kicking ass, and I was like, wow, this family is badass. And they were funny too. I was like, okay. I was like, wow, okay. Kamala, I can see where you get your badassery from. Other than your powers. Mhm. So yeah. But yeah, they were cool and they were funny too. The mom in particular was quite funny. So she was just just her character in general was funny. Like how she was just so protective of Kamala. She was like, anybody, if she dies or gets hurt, I'm gonna throw hands with people. I don't give a shit. I was like, damn. And she just not playing around. But yeah, I liked all of them. I liked all the characters. Yeah, they were actually a nice family. They weren't just some generic ass, boring ass family. They were actually real people. And they actually do things in the movie. Not much, because they can't really do much, but they couldn't really do much, but they actually did things. So they didn't feel like a waste of space. I don't think the film would have worked without them. So yeah. So yeah, this movie definitely is better than than the first Captain Marvel movie in some ways. Okay, so anything else? Well, the humor, I like the humor. The humor was nice. Not the best humor. Not the best humor out of the Marvel movies, but still pretty funny. Like again, Kamala Khan was just funny in a number of ways. Really, all the Marvels were funny in their own ways, but Kamala Khan, she kind of stole the show. And and yeah, there are other funny moments in the movie too, like with the whole what was fucking giving birth to a shit ton of monstrous cats. And then Nick Fury was like, "Oh, so they eat things, so they suck up things and then spit them out. Okay, let's use that to evacuate all these people since we don't have enough escape pods, but we can use, but you know, cats are easier to fit in this in escape pods. So they take up less space, so let's just use them to suck up all the people." And then there was an announcement going throughout the entire space center that was like, "Everyone, do not panic. Let the cats eat you, please. This is an emergency. Let the cats eat you." And it was like, "Oh, okay." So, wow, that's messed up, but they had to do it. Like, there was no other way to get everyone off the fucking space center, which was, which was going to was getting sucked up by a wormhole. So it's like get all these people out. So I was like, oh wow, okay, using monstrous cats as escape vehicles, cool. Yeah, Nick Fury is pretty cool in this film too. Nick Fury, I could just have a one bullet point and say the characters were cool overall, but fuck it, I'm not gonna bother. Nick Fury was also pretty cool. He had some funny moments and some badass moments, like usual. Anything else? Oh yeah, the special effects. Yeah, special effects were pretty cool. They were. Like, I thought they were actually nice. Probably even better than the first movie. The first movie special effects. Like, particularly regarding the the superpowers of the Marvels. Those were some nice effects. This movie was basically a better Cats movie than Cats 2019, which I never want to mention or think about ever again. Yeah, I've heard that that movie is absolutely shit, but I've never watched it. I have never watched it. And I don't plan to anytime soon because it looks awful. I do not want to touch that. I just don't want to touch it. And it doesn't really help that James Corden is in the film. James Corden. Ah, not that guy. His personality is like a complete 180 from what it was in Secret Invasion. But because Secret Invasion sucked, I didn't really care, to be honest. Fair. That is fair. Okay, so we talked about the action scenes, the characters, the humor, the special effects, the story. How do I feel about the story? Okay, so if I'm honest, I think the story is better. I think the story was better here than in the first movie. I think I might have said something else. I think I might have said the opposite when I started this stream. I think I did, but to be honest, I'm thinking this story is better. I don't know why. I feel like the story is better than the first one. I feel like it is. I might have said otherwise at the beginning, but now I've changed my mind. So because the characters are like Captain Marvel is more likable here. She's more she's more of a compelling character. Um the story's overall just more engaging. It's not like, oh, here's a female superhero. Okay. Although to be fair, like the film's controversy makes it seem like that was the intention, but no, this film, despite having female leads, this film was actually more than that. Which is why I try to give movies a chance despite their controversy. If they work, they work. If they don't, they don't. This movie worked. Didn't work great, but it worked. Mulan 2020 didn't work, but this one did. So I don't know. I just found the story overall more engaging, more and just better overall. Oh yeah, the post-credit scenes. Yeah, that's right. Kamala Khan wanted to create a team of young Avengers, and I forgot. I don't even. I actually. I don't even remember. I don't even remember the name of the first person she tried to, or at least I'm assuming it was the first person she tried to recruit. Whoever that person was in the post-credit scene. I literally do not remember what her name was. Class 2019 would make for one sick Rantstream though. I guess maybe I'll watch in the future. You know me, I like ripping apart bad movies, so who knows? Honestly, I forgot that Captain Marvel was just released last week. I said about over 90% of the population, lol. Or do you mean the Marvels? Well, whatever. Anyway, I won't say the story was perfect though, because it does have flaws, but like, I don't know, I just found it just more engaging. Like with the first, with the Captain Marvel movie, like it was nice and all, but the story kind of fell flat. But here, it just feels more engaging. Like the characters are overall more vibrant and more compelling, and, and the story is just more interesting, and potentially could have been even more interesting than it already was. Because again, we have Captain Marvel being painted as a possible villain of the story, but then the film just forgets about it and then just moves on like nothing ever happened. Oh, he met the Marvels. Okay, I was wondering. Okay, anything else? Uh, I think that's it. I can't look at the previous. I think I covered just about everything. Oh, the music. I don't think I covered the music. I like the music. Thought the music was cool. There are a few tracks I liked. I don't remember the names of them, but there were a few tracks I liked. So I thought it was cool. At least on par with the soundtrack from the first movie. Not the best soundtrack ever, but I thought it was nice. Deadpool 3 is also going to be the only MCU movie released next year, which is definitely for the best. Yeah, I feel like Marvel is trying. Marvel, you need to calm down with the whole releasing movies, as many movies as you can. You're gonna burn. Your people are already burning themselves out, bitch. You gotta calm down with that shit. Oh yeah, and there was another um post credit scene where Monica, after she was stuck in a certain reality, she got stuck in a certain reality. She woke up in this hospital slash laboratory room or whatever, and some woman was watching her who was a mother, but not in that timeline, because in that timeline, that woman is Captain Marvel. Well, technically binary, who's another version of Captain Marvel. Oh yeah, and Beast is there too. Which, and like no joke, once he showed up on the screen, people in the audience were like, "Oh my god, it's him!" And then Monica realized then that she thought that she thought that her mother came back to life, but no, it was a different version of Captain Marvel. And then she realized, oh right, I'm in a different reality. Shit. So yeah. Oh hi Scott. I think that's more Disney's doing. They want content for Disney Plus. Oh, that's fair. That's fair because Disney has Marvel under its thumb now, so which they are milking for what all it's worth. Disney is just milking that fucking thing. Like I know it, you know it, everyone knows it, they know it. They're not even trying to hide it. They're just milking it for all it's worth. Yep, the former CEO of Disney was yeeted, so now they have Iger back, and they're gonna slow things down a bit and spread out the content more. That's really the best thing you can do because if you try to pump out as much content as you can, the quality's gonna suffer. On quality, if you focus on quantity, the quality's gonna suffer. But if you focus more on quality and tone down the releases, you end up getting more. You end up getting better content. Less content, yes, but better content overall. I think that's it for all the positives for the Marvels. The negatives. Okay. Well, Maple already mentioned this earlier, and I agree with him. So the idea that Carol was actually the villain in the movie, who I cannot spell, was hand waved away. Was hand waved almost immediately. Let's say almost immediately because that's basically what happened. Like it was brought up like uh, fairly late into the movie, and then it was hand waved away. So it's like, okay, so Carol saw that the Kree were fucking the scroll over. She went and destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, which fucked the Kree over, and now the Kree want to not only attack the scroll, but also attack. Well, not they weren't even targeting the scroll specifically. They just wanted to target anything that Captain Marvel loved, which or cared about, which was the scroll, unfortunately. So So basically, the villain was like, Captain Marvel, you are the one who caused this shit to happen. So that was an interesting idea. Captain Marvel facing the consequences of her actions, which she does break down over in the movie. Like she actually does have emotional breakdowns in this movie. But we don't even spend that long on it. So it's like, okay, you had an interesting idea for a story where, oh no, Captain Marvel is actually the villain. But you didn't do anything with it, or you barely did anything with it because all of a sudden it's like, okay, you fucked up. Now let's go and take that bitch out, Darvin, and but she ended up taking herself out. So it's like, okay, so it's like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, sure. It's kind of like I think it's like they did because they wanted the movie to be under 2 hours, right? It's like I feel like that's what it was. Yeah, the recent strikes really didn't help the Marvels. It really did not help because I feel bad because the Marvels would probably be doing a bit better if it hadn't been for that. So yeah, so yeah, like I feel like the Marvels deserved better. I don't get me wrong, I don't think it's the greatest film, but I feel like it deserves better. Are there any other negatives I can think of though? I mean, that's one big one, probably the biggest one. Um, I'm trying to think. I feel like there's another one, but I honestly, I don't know. I guess I just forgot it because I feel like there was another thing that I wanted to talk about. I cannot remember what it was, or maybe that was the only issue I had. I don't know. Like I did say earlier in the stream that like I felt like I these movies were just they were mid. Something was off about them. They were enjoyable, but I couldn't quite put my finger on as to why on exactly why I felt like they were just mid. Whereas it was just like it's like I know that they have problems, but for some reason I can't quite put my finger on what those problems are. Except for this one, which was pretty noticeable. But that section, oh yes, that musical plan section. That actually was something else I wanted to bring up because, like, okay, so yeah, like that's the thing. Like the musical planet was a waste of. I mean, it was just the musical planet. Like I didn't mind the scene all that much either, but it was kind of a waste of time. Or not, maybe not so much a waste of time, but maybe that's not the right term for it. I would say that it was underutilized. Let's say that underutilized. Let's say that because that's basically what it was. Like really, the only purpose for the girls to stop there was just to get new uniforms. That's really it. And what makes this even more irritating is that like we don't go back to that planet again. We don't know what happens to that planet after that because the Kree came and invaded that planet because they wanted to steal the planet's water, and the Marvels helped the people on the musical planet fight the Kree, but then the Marvels ended up having to like warp out of there because they were in a ship and some missiles from the Kree ships were about to hit them, so they had to warp and they basically left the the people on the musical planet to fend for themselves, which is understandable. I'm not blaming them for that, but we don't go back to that musical planet. We don't learn what happens to the people there. So it's like it just felt like a simple bus stop. Like the musical planet deserved better than that. It just felt so lackluster in that. It just felt lackluster in that regard. Like that, literally, the only reason they had to be there was just to get their uniforms and to stop the creek from stealing the water. But other than that, the planet wasn't really explored very much. There were rumors that the sequence was supposed to go on longer than that, but it got cut because test audiences weren't reacting so kindly to that. A bummer. I guess we can see now why the musical planet was just underutilized. Oh, the Joker 2 is going to be a musical with Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. Oh, nice. I think she would do the role well. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't really know how she is as an actress. I know how she is as a singer. She's a good singer, but I'm not sure about her acting abilities because I haven't seen her act. So I'm not entirely sure, but I'm willing to give her a chance because Lady Gaga is hella talented. So yeah, the musical planet could have been used more. Although the people on the planet know how to, like their fight scenes were nice. I just wish that we had seen more of them because I really want to know what happened to them and their prince, but the movie didn't show that. So, oof. Lady Gaga was great in The Star Is Born 2018. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it seems like she can do the job of Harley Quinn. Of the, it seems like she can, perform the role of Harley Quinn in Joker 2. It also reminded me of that one part in Penguins in Madagascar where all the characters had to sing. It was in one of the Dr. Blowhole episodes. I don't even remember, to be honest. Maybe I did see that episode. Maybe I didn't. I did watch many of the episodes, but honestly, I don't even remember some of them. Some of them I remember quite clearly. Some of them I just don't. I guess there's also Dar-Ben, who is only slightly more developed than Ronan the Accuser. That's another issue I had with the film. Now, see, I'm glad you're here, Maple, because it's like it's not so much that it's just like I feel that something is wrong with these films, but I just can't quite put my finger on exactly why. Even after watching reviews, sometimes I watch reviews and I still don't know exactly what I need to say. So I'm just like, huh. But like, yeah, Darben, Darben wasn't really developed all that much. She really wasn't. She was barely any more developed than Ronan, as Maple pointed out. She just wasn't compelling enough to me. Like I understood that she was just trying to save her people, but her character is just kind of basic. Like it's just very simple, not very complex. So because really throughout her mind she's just like, okay, revenge, save my people, revenge, save my people, revenge, save my people, and that's it. Like fleshing out her character more would have helped the movie a bit because really, out of all the characters, she's the only one that isn't really fleshed out all that much. Sorry. Oh, bye, Scott. See you later. She should really stop making the creative villain in these movies. They aren't very good at it. They really, really aren't. They really aren't. Even Ronan himself wasn't a good villain. And like, well, he was in like, I remember seeing him in one of the Avengers movies. I can't remember which one. He's really not a very good villain overall, if I'm going to be honest. He just really isn't. He's not a very good villain. Darben's not a very good villain. I'm sorry. I mean, Carol's former superior officer, whose name I forgot, he was kind of good, but like I honestly thought he was kind of good. But the other two antagonists I mentioned, no. Ronan was in the first Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh yes, that's right. Sorry. I'm trying to keep the MCU lore straight. There's just so much shit. But yeah, the Kree suck as villains. Sorry. So that's another issue I had with the film. It was also odd the way Captain Marvel got nerfed in this movie. I sensed that too. I'm not gonna lie. I did sense that. I was like, shouldn't Captain Marvel be stronger than this? Like, I mean, having the other two Marvels helping her out is cool, but really, she doesn't need their help all that much. She didn't need their help all that much. Right? Like, how are you gonna you can take on Thanos, but you can't take on Darben? Yeah, I mean, she had the gauntlet and the hammer, but that's still not enough to take down Captain fucking Marvel. But I guess it needed for her to have a reason to work with the other two Marvels. It kind of makes it kind of it's kind of it really just proves this problem that I see in a lot of stories involving superheroes, where you make someone so strong that when you need them to suffer, you don't give them a good reason to struggle. I mean, like you don't give them a reason to, you just nerf them, like because it's like, oh, they're too strong and I need a struggle, so I'll just nerf them. That's not necessarily a bad thing because you can do it well. I mean, Superman has kryptonite, doesn't he? And which actually does weaken him. But when you do it like this, it doesn't work. Like it doesn't work. Like I feel like you're doing the character a disservice when you nerf them like that. Like if you're gonna nerf someone, you should do it for a good reason. There is no reason as to why Captain Marvel should be struggling against somebody who has only a hammer and a fucking gauntlet. I don't care if she knows how to use Captain Marvel's powers against her. Captain Marvel should not be struggling that much. She just shouldn't. So, yeah, sorry. I'm just like, I mean, to be fair, it didn't ruin the movie, but it was enough to, put me off. Maybe some of their energy or powers is taken away when Darben absorbs it. That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking, okay, maybe Captain Marvel is just having her powers absorbed, but again, that's just a guess because I don't think she really has a limit as to how much light she can emit. Or maybe she does. I don't know. I don't know, like, because I don't know fully know about Captain Marvel, but the movie just never really explains that shit. So I'm just stuck with guessing as to what the hell's going on. Like maybe Captain Marvel's powers are being sucked. Okay, that's fine. That's a fair explanation, but the movie never really confirms or denies that. So, um, oops. So yeah, that's another thing that put me off. But I mean, to be fair, it's not enough to ruin the movie, just enough to drag it out. Yeah, just give her kryptonite. Just give her kryptonite. If you're gonna weaken a strong character, give them like there's a way to do it that isn't stupid or contrived. Like you could have just done that. Like you could have just given her actual kryptonite like Superman. That would have worked. Or some equivalent. And that actually would have made things more interesting, in my opinion, other than just having watching Captain Marvel get her ass kicked by somebody who clearly was outclassed by her. It's like every time Marvel tries to put Captain Marvel in the movie, they have to like fucking they either have to like take her out for the rest of the movie or just nerf her because she's just too damn powerful. Like with Endgame, she wasn't present in most of the movie because if she had been present in most of the movie, she literally would have solved everyone's problems. Well, like, or most of everyone's problems. I'm not gonna lie, like Captain Marvel is just so OP. He is. She just is. But there's like in Endgame they couldn't use her because she was just too damn powerful. Like here it's like, okay, let's use her, but let's nerf her. So it's like they screwed themselves over. Like you see what I mean? It's like they made her too damn powerful. It's like y'all either just yeet her out of the story or just nerf her so she can be in the story. It's not good writing either way. I get it. Writing is hard. Sometimes you write yourself into a corner. You don't know what else to do. It's still not an excuse, but I get it. So I'm not gonna fully blame them for this. Writing is just very hard. It's hard, but still, like Captain Marvel deserved better than this. She got the Hugo Strange treatment in Endgame. She did. Let's face it, she did. Although it doesn't take away all of her powers, it's just some of it. Yeah, fair. So yeah, I guess we can add that to the list of negatives here, where it's like Captain Marvel was kind of nerfed. And not justifiably, because it's fine to nerf characters. It's fine. I'm not saying that you can, but there's a way to do it. And this is not one of those ways. It's just not. Could have given her kryptonite or something like that. It wouldn't have been that hard. Like, but I guess the writers didn't think to do that. Why am I even guessing? That's exactly what happened. Anyway, I think that's. I think that actually. I think that's actually all the problems I have with the movie. The problem is that I knew on a subconscious level, but couldn't quite articulate. Because the movie, honestly, I thought it was an interesting idea. Maybe it didn't start off with the best intentions. Like maybe the writers were like, "Oh, you know what? Why don't we just have another girl boss movie? Because we need more female characters. Because why the fuck not?" But it actually ended up being more than that. So, not gonna lie, that's basically all the problems I had too. Yeah, pretty much. Except that you were able to articulate them because, like, I knew that these were in the movie. I just couldn't quite like I couldn't quite articulate as to why I had problems with this movie because these are really the biggest problems that the movie has that prevent it from being like an 8 for me. I would not give this movie an 8. close to that, yeah, but I would not give it an 8. So, but if these problems had been addressed or at the very least reduced, this movie definitely would have been more than an 8 or maybe even a 9. But yeah. Oh, hey, the Autistic Review. There was actually an interesting arc for her where she had to learn to fight alongside the Avengers, and that they're actually starting an interesting arc for her where she had to learn to fight alongside the Avengers, and that she can't always do everything herself, but that literally gets pushed aside. They could have done something like that here, and something like that back then, but again, Captain Marvel is a one woman show. She just is. So like handling her this way just doesn't really work. But having her face a conflict where she can't just do everything herself would have been great, because again, you had that with Blaze the Cat, but they tried that with Captain Marvel and it just didn't work. So, oops. Anyway, I guess it's just one of those movies where you can pick apart its plot and structure, or whatever. But I give it a pass here because it doesn't seem like it's trying to be an objective masterpiece. Yeah, if I'm going to be honest, the movie isn't trying to. The movie doesn't seem like it's trying to be like the greatest thing ever. It was just it was just there to give you guys a fun time, to give everyone a fun time, to give. It was just there for that purpose. In fact, why don't we just have a fun superhero movie with female leads? And we got that, sort of. Yeah, the writers just wanted to have a fun time without thinking too much about it. Because you could tell, like, I feel like they took the first Captain Marvel movie more seriously in a sense, but at the same time they kind of flopped with it. But here it's like, you know what? Why don't we just not stress out so much about it? Let's just have fun. And they did. And it was a good time, just not the best time. Or one of the best times. So yeah. I mean, I'm not expecting every movie to be a masterpiece, though. And I don't think anyone here in the chat is expecting that either. Like, we don't, like, nobody out there is expecting movies to be perfect or masterpieces. They just want something that's good, and as long as it's good, then it's fine. This was kind of good. Like, I liked it. It just could have been better, but I did like the movie, so I'm glad I gave it a chance. I'm glad I gave it a chance because again, it had controversy and it's not doing so in the box office. But I was like, you know what? I'm still gonna give it a chance. Like, I don't care what anyone else has to say about it to a degree. Like, I listen to other people's opinions, but I like to form my own opinions. But but I gave it a chance, and it succeeded sort of. It just could have been better. You can definitely argue that the first movie tries harder with its themes and messages, but it mostly fell flat for me. That's basically how I feel. Because the first movie does take itself more seriously, but at the same time, it just fucks up in a number of ways. Whereas this one isn't trying too hard, and it just feels like a good time. Like you know, just a way for you to kill like 2 hours, and that's fine. Like it's not. It's okay for movies to be like that. It's okay for movies to just be fun. Not everything has to be a serious thing or everything has to be a masterpiece. That's fine. So this movie isn't trying to pretend to be some sort of amazing artwork. It's just a movie, and if you like that kind of thing, that's fine. But you know, if I'm going to be objective here, I don't think the movie's that great. I think it's good, just not great. It's a good time, but don't expect anything, you know, impressive. That's basically what all I have to say on that. There was also that 30-second cameo with Valkyrie, which kind of made it feel like it was only there to appease the fans that shipped those two. Yeah, apparently they were going to add a line of dialogue that basically confirmed they were a couple, but Disney cut that out. Well, shit. That sucks. But yeah, I remember Valkyrie did appear. She did appear. I forgot about her. She actually did appear. I just forgot what her name was. But yeah, she did appear. I guess I didn't want the same backlash you got with the lesbian couple in Lightyear. That's fair. I did get lesbian vibes from those two. I actually did get lesbian vibes from Captain Marvel and Valkyrie. I was like, are they a couple? And it looks like the movie wanted to confirm that, but people are so triggered by anything that's LGBTQ nowadays, which I can kind of understand because there is a lot of crazy shit in that community. But not everything that comes from that community is bad. So yeah, and honestly, it's yeah the backlash that Lightyear got from that couple was just really from that lesbian couple was just really stupid. Like two women in love, who the fuck cares? They're not hurting anybody. Like stop being so dramatic about it. Oh, I think they're both bi. Oh, okay. Well, bi, lesbian, gay, whatever. Like, who the fuck cares? You do you. You're not hurting anyone. Just do whatever. But no, people need to get triggered by that for whatever reason. Although to be fair, like acceptance of these people nowadays is a lot better than it was in the past. So I'm not denying that. But you still have people who get triggered over seeing any sort of LGBTQ plus content in movies, and I'm just like, calm down. Go outside and touch some grass and calm down. But yeah, that's all I have to say on the Marvels and Captain Marvel. If I were to choose the better movie, I would say it'd be the Marvels, which is funny because it actually wasn't even trying to be serious, and it ended up being the better movie. So, but not by a whole lot though. If I'm going to be honest, I find it interesting that Arcane had something similar to that, but it got no backlash for it whatsoever. True, it did have something similar, but nobody cared there. But I guess it's only an issue when Disney does it. I guess. I guess. So old to be man or woman. Yeah, I remember that part. But I mean, like, I barely even noticed it because again, it really wasn't a big deal. Nobody cared when Arcane did it, but I guess it's an issue when Disney does it. I don't know. I really don't know. I just really don't know, which is sad because we could get some really nice stories from the LGBTQ plus community, but we can't because of this, of people, being so easily triggered, which is why, like, I know you know this, Maple, but I'll say this for everyone else in the chat. Like, Across the Spider-Verse is apparently banned in a few countries, at least a few countries, because there was a pride flag that was shown in the movie at one point, and it was barely even noticeable. And I'm just like, y'all are reaching. Touch some grass. It's not a big deal. Go outside, touch some grass, and calm down. Like that's a dumb reason to ban a movie, if I'm going to be honest. But anyway, overall, though, despite the bizarre controversy over this movie, I actually had an enjoyable time with it. Yeah, same. I liked the Marvels. It wasn't a waste of my time. I enjoyed the Marvels. I enjoyed the female leads. I enjoyed all the side characters. I didn't enjoy the villain, and as well as a few other things here. But again, to me, it was an overall good movie. That was so fucking dumb. It was. It was really fucking stupid. Just absolutely dumb. It's a pride flag. Who the hell cares? Ignore it and move on. You're gonna ban a movie over something that was shown only for a few seconds? Like, if it were something like a Nazi symbol, I'd understand, but a fucking pride? Like, let's be honest, let's be honest, like, there's a thing called censorship. Like, if you want to censor that stuff out, there are ways to do that. I don't know, it's so stupid. Yeah, same here. Like, the people I watched it with in the theaters enjoyed it as well. Like, pretty much everyone enjoyed the Marvels. It was an enjoyable experience. It was good. I wouldn't say it was great or amazing, but it was good. But yeah, that's all I have to say on the movie. And yeah, the people that banned Across the Spider-Verse for something so minor, it's their loss because Across the Spider-Verse is a fucking masterpiece, as you just said. So if you're gonna like, not watch a movie over something so trivial, well, that's really your problem. But you don't need to punish everyone else for it by banning it altogether. There was only like 10 other people in the theaters for me though. For me, there were like a number of people. Like it was almost a full house. So, but I don't know. But yeah, like that's all I have to say on the Marvels. But Vi in Arcane, by the way, is played by Haley Steinfeld. The actress for Kate Bishop and Gwen Spivers movies. Oh, okay. Now I hear the resemble. Yeah, I hear you're right. I do hear the resemblance in their voices now. I didn't even realize that. I honestly did not realize that. I'm glad Arcane has a talented actress like her. So yeah, I do hear the resemblance now. She actually does sound like those characters too. But yeah, um, comments, conclusion. So, let's talk about Captain Marvel first. Captain Marvel tried with its themes, but didn't quite hit the mark. The Marvels didn't take itself so seriously, and it worked, but the story was still lacking in a few areas. Um, Overall, both movies are enjoyable. Overall, both movies are enjoyable in my opinion. I liked the second movie more than the first. Yeah, to be honest, I just like the second movie more than the first. The first one, I did kind of get bored with at certain points in the movie. I'm just being honest. I really did get bored at certain points. Like I could still watch in one sitting, but there were times where I was like, let's keep this plot moving. But the second one, the Marvels actually kept me engaged throughout the entire thing. Like I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, so what would I give Captain Marvel? Just gonna say 7 out of 10. And the Marvels, I guess maybe I could give it an 8. I guess I could give the Marvels and 7.5 or an 8. What should I give it? I'll give it an 8. I'll be generous. 8, 7.5. I'll just give it an 8. Yeah, the first movie is functional, but it's just really not that good. It's decent. I'll say it's decent. Like it's serviceable. It works. It's just it just falls flat in a number of areas. And the second movie actually, yeah, the second movie actually does know what it wants to be. The first movie kind of didn't know what it wanted to be, but the second movie actually did. Overall, I would say that if you're on the fence um, of the Marvels, I'd say give it a watch, or wait, or watch in theaters, or wait until it comes out on Disney Plus. You might be surprised by it. Yeah, I was surprised by it. I didn't think it was gonna suck, but at the same time, I wasn't expecting a lot from it. I was just going in with neutral expectations, and I was pleasantly surprised. Whereas with Captain Marvel, I had lower expectations for it, but I gave it a chance anyway, and it kind of delivered. Yeah, how is this movie getting worse reviews than the first one when it's actually a better told story? I don't know. I feel like people just are just tired of seeing girl boss movies everywhere, and I'm like, I get that, but I don't think it's fair to hold that against the movie because if you ignore the whole female superhero shtick, which again is not necessarily bad, the movie actually does have some substance to it. Like I feel like this movie deserves better because it's not the greatest Marvel movie out there, but I honestly think it's pretty decent. Just a shame they waited until it's way too late to make Captain Marvel a likable character. That's probably part of the reason why the Marvels isn't doing well. It's like it kind of feels Captain Marvel kind of got the Black Widow treatment where they waited way too long to, you know, like I mean, Black Widow was already likable, but they waited like way too long to give her a movie. Whereas Captain Marvel, well, she had a movie a little earlier, but they waited way too long to make her a likable character. So it's like both women got the shaft, unfortunately. And speaking of the first movie, regarding this controversy, I actually did watch a video by some author named Abby Emmons, who's actually a good author. I actually do like watching her videos because she gives good writing advice. She explains why Black Widow is a better character than Captain Marvel because Black Widow actually goes through struggles, which I pointed out earlier in this rant stream, whereas Captain Marvel not really doesn't really do that, which is why she's the less compelling character. So that's that's actually part of the reason why I kind of felt like lukewarm towards the first Captain Marvel movie because honestly, Captain Marvel just wasn't very compelling in that one. But I mean, they fixed her character in the second one, so but they waited too late to do her character justice. I guess critics felt like they should go easy on the first one because of all the controversy surrounding it. I guess. This one on the other hand is getting ripped apart by a number of respected critics that I follow. Still has a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, but just barely. But then again, critics have been quite harsh with big movies as of late. Yeah, I feel like people need to ease up. Like, come on. I get it. Like, there are a lot of crappy movies out there nowadays, but let's not be so quick to just bash anything that even fits. Right? Like, just bash anything that we might not like. Like, oh, great, another female superhero movie. It's probably gonna suck. Like, no, just give it a chance. FNAF. FNAF has been getting mixed to negative receptions. Yeah, and I did watch the movie a few weeks ago, and I was gonna make a rant stream like shortly after that, but I could not be bothered to care. If I'm gonna be honest, I just didn't feel like it. Maybe I will do it though. Like next week, I'll like cover that along with Wish. I want to cover both the FNAF movie and Wish in like one stream. So I'm gonna wait until next week to do that. But I just want to focus on the Marvels movies here. But yeah, so far I haven't watched the Hunger Games movie, uh, or any of the movies really. But FNAF and the Marvels I have watched. Wish I plan to watch. I haven't watched it, but I do plan to watch it at one point. Although the trailer for it is honestly pretty crappy. I'm sorry, I watched the Wish trailer in in theaters, you know, just before I watched the Marvels, and I was like, this movie doesn't sound like it's gonna. This the movie doesn't look like it's gonna be very good because you know trailers are there to make good first impressions. Um, and more often than not, people can tell what how bad a movie is going to be from the trailer alone, from the very first trailer. If we're going to be honest, not just all the trailers, but even from the first one. But of course, trailers can be misleading, so you never know with the movie. But yeah, it's become the worst reviewed Disney movie since Chick Little. Damn, that sucks. And to be honest, I like the Chicken Little movie actually. I'm surprised people. I know people don't like it, but I'm surprised because I don't really think it's all that bad. I actually like the movie, but Wish is getting this to hear that Wish is getting destroyed by critics. Ouch. I feel bad for the movie. I didn't think Wish was that bad, but it was just very mid and felt very Mad Libs or AI like in terms of its story and structure. You know, I can see that because it feels like it takes elements from multiple Disney movies. Something that I noticed in the first trailer where I was like, this feels like Encanto plus Moana plus generic Disney princess crap. It felt like a mix of all that. Like it felt like it didn't quite have an identity of its own. And of course you had the adorable female quirky character shit. I just like because we've been seeing a lot of that lately. So yeah, the trailer for Wish did not give me a good first impression. I was like, this movie feels like it's kind of gonna suck. But but you never know. And maybe I'll like it. But yeah, Are you also doing a ranking for the FNAF movie? Yeah, I actually mentioned it like a few minutes ago, but I'll say it again anyway. Next week, I plan to do that along with a rant stream of the FNAF movie, along with the rant stream of Wish. So I'll cover both Wish and the FNAF movie, like in one stream. So I will do that because I was gonna like cover it as part of this stream, but I was like, nah, let me just wait until next week to do it. So I really don't like doing more than two movies uh per rant stream because I feel like doing three and four, like that's a lot. I mean, I can do that, but that's a lot. So I was just like, I'll just wait until I watch Wish and then cover that with FNAF. Let's just knock both of those out. So I do plan to watch Wish. I am curious about it. I'm just not expecting it to be good because the trailer just left a bad taste in my mouth, sort of. Oh yeah, you did see an early screen of Wish. I forgot. As for the new Hunger Games, I thought it was pretty good until it wasn't. Basically, once the actual Hunger Games ends in that movie, it basically fumbles in the last act because they have to wrap everything up because it's a prequel. Don't you just love it when movies have bad pacing, where it's like you spend so much time on something and then you end up having to wrap it up because you didn't space out your plot points very well? Because that can and does often happen in movies, and it's usually a result of just poor planning or mismanagement. But it is what it is. Anyway, that's the end of that. I have nothing else to say about the Marvel movies. But it's nice to actually watch. I've always been curious about Captain Marvel. I've always known that she was a character. I've just never, or Miss Marvel, I should say, both. I've just never watched any of her content. But I was like, yeah, she's in the Avengers. Why not give her a chance? And I did, and I was kind of satisfied. But anyway, I will say a good portion of my crowd did seem to enjoy Wish and even clapped at the end. Okay, well that's good. So at least some people enjoy the movie. I'm still gonna give it a chance, but I'm not expecting it to be great. Because from what you said, it seems to be pretty mid. And I do trust your opinions, and often they do align with my own. But you never know. I might have a different opinion. So I'll still go and watch it. Maybe it'll be a crowd pleaser with mixed negative reviews, just like the Mario movie and FNAF movie. Probably because the FNAF movie. I Let me just say this right now. I'm not going to go into. I know you guys have been wanting to know my opinion of that. I mean, I've already kind of talked about it in Discord. Um, it's mid. It's just mid, which I expected. I expected it to be mid. I'm not surprised. I went in thinking, oh, this movie's going to be pretty mid. It is. I mean, sort of. I mean, I did like some parts of it. I liked the protagonist, and his struggle did really feel. His struggle was pretty interesting. I mean, the constant flashbacks were kind of annoying, but the struggle was pretty interesting. It's just that for a movie that was supposed to be about FNAF, there isn't really a lot of FNAF in it. If that makes sense, it's more about the human characters. The FNAF characters are just kind of there. Kind of. I mean, they're important in the plot, but not as much as they should be. Like, they're not very prominent. It kind of reminds me of. I said this in the Discord too. Maple already knows this, but it kind of reminds me of how Tom and Jerry were treated in their live action movie, where they were just kind of there. Like, they were in the plot, they were important in the plot, but not as much as they should have been. Like, they were barely even there. It was kind of like that here. So, yeah, that's how I feel about the FNAF movie. And there are a few other issues I have with it that I actually could articulate pretty easily. Like with Vanessa as a character, I feel like she has a few issues, as well as William Afton. Um, but but I'm not going to talk about that until next week. So, this has been a great ranting so far. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And of course, I have you guys and Maple to thank, especially Maple, who's been helping me come up with points and, adding to my points I've already made about these movies because these movies are just mid. They're mid. but they're enjoyable. Well, I mean, at least the second one is. The first one, it was kind of enjoyable for me. The second was pretty much enjoyable. The first one, not so much, but I kind of enjoyed it. Yeah, that's the thing. Movies have been underperforming pretty recently. Like it's just sad. It's like it's just sad. I mean, we know part of the reason as to why that is, with the whole strike shit going on. But it's just like the thing is that there are just too many movies being put out nowadays, and they're just not focusing on quality. Yeah, movies really don't feel like movies anymore, which is sad because that's the thing. It's like I really don't even want to go to the movie theaters anymore when I could just watch shit on Disney Plus or Netflix or whatever, or even YouTube. It depends on the platform or whatever platform, like Hulu, whatever. It's just like it's just going to the theaters doesn't really feel like the same anymore. Like going to the theaters, it just used to be such a fun, amazing experience, and now it's just it's not really that anymore. It's just not really that anymore. And of course, as Maple said, there are exceptions. There are good movies out there. There are still good movies out there, but they're kind of being buried under all the crap that's going on right now. I also wonder why Marvel doesn't think that they have way too many movies. Me neither. Although to be fair, it's kind of Disney's fault, or actually, or maybe it's almost entirely Disney's fault. I'm not entirely sure of how the management goes, of how the management is over there, but you do get the idea that Disney is just trying to push out as much content as it can without, you know, caring too much about the quality. And of course, we get a bunch of shit that nobody asked for, live action remakes, or shit that just isn't very interesting, like all the shows, the series in the Marvel universe that, again, I don't care to watch for the most part. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember going to the theaters quite a bit up until the end of high school for me. And then after that, it was just like, no. Just like, I don't know. Like, going to the theaters was just so fun. I remember doing it pretty regularly, like, back when I was in high school, up until my senior year or so. And then now it's just like, no. It's just like, no. Like, really, the only time I ever go to the theaters is if I'm just genuinely curious about a movie, like the Marvels. I was curious about it, so I decided to go and watch it. And I'm glad I did because I had fun. It's just that, you really, like, when you go to a movie, you should be expecting an amazing experience. Even if the movie ends up bombing, just going to the theaters and, like, just being so excited to see a movie with friends and family. Like that should still be there. And it's just not anymore. It's just really not. So yeah, I don't really go to theaters all that much. I still go like kind of once in a while, with my cousins and whatnot, but or occasionally by myself. Like I watch the Marvels by myself, but it's just like it's just not really the same anymore. Going to the movies, yeah, it really is hasn't been the same ever since the movie theaters opened up. After COVID happened. Now, it also doesn't help that there are streaming services nowadays, so where like some movies just come out on streaming services like immediately or almost immediately, like Mulan 2020 did. And even the FNAF movie is actually streaming on Peacock right now, believe it or not, because I know this because my cousin, Stephanie, she has a Peacock account, and she showed me the beginning of the movie, um, on that account, which I like, we were late to the FNAF movie, so we missed like the first few minutes. So I went and rewatched that on Peacock, and I was like, wow, this movie's already streaming on Peacock? The fuck? So yeah, the streaming services really aren't helping matters. So yeah, it would also help if theaters would be bothered to drop the prices on theater tickets and concessions and lay out the inflation. I agree. I really don't like. I know it's been like this for a while, but I really, really don't like having to pay for overpriced snacks. Which is why usually I don't even buy snacks at the movie theaters. But like there are times where I just want to because I don't really want to go in without something to eat or drink. But the prices are so ridiculous that I'm just like, no, I'm not paying this shit. I'm really not paying this shit. Forget it. Like it's just so annoying. Like just really annoying. Like have you seen the fucking ticket price for a for like going to like an AMC dining theater? Like we're talking like I think $30 for an adult. I don't even remember the exact price. It could be less or more than that, but it's high. I'm just like, "Nope." I mean, you get more comfy seats, you get the option to eat, but I'm like, I'm not doing that. Yeah, no, so that's actually what I did once, kind gamer Patrick. I actually one time I was with my cousins and we literally just we were like, we're not going to pay for these prices, so we literally bought some snacks from the convenience store from the one nearest our cousin's house, my cousin's house, and we just literally like we just literally snuck into the theaters with candy in our pockets because we didn't want to pay that shit. We just didn't want to. I'm sure like plenty of people do this, but I'm sorry, like I normally do want to try to like buy whatever's at the theater, but I just can't be bothered to. Sorry. Let's see. I will say though, after this year, Disney and Hollywood need to take a look at themselves and realize that they have to change things up because folks just aren't going to theaters as much anymore. Yeah, something needs to change. Fortunately, I think there is a bit of change going on. I mean, again, we Disney has had a change of CEOs, so now maybe we're gonna like have the releases slow down a bit. Not just movie releases, but releases in general, like shows and whatnot. So now we're gonna have that slow down a bit. So so I think there's gonna be there's a bit of change going on. Just but it's only a little bit. We still have a way to go before the scene returns to the way it was. I think I'm just gonna see movies on Tuesdays when I'm off work because that's when there's a discount on movie tickets. Fair. That's fair. The only real times this year where movies felt like events was when I saw Mario, Guardians 3, Spider-Verse, Barbie, and Oppenheimer. Those theaters were packed. Yeah, same here. That was my experience too. Except I haven't watched the last one. But yeah, that was basically my experience. Like the theaters I went to were either more than halfway full or almost entirely full. So, a lot of people. Except for FNAF, because that one, like, we were the only ones in the theater. My cousins, my cousin Stephanie's boyfriend and I were like the only ones in the theater. So we were allowed to be as loud as we wanted to. We even made side commentary in the movie, which is pretty funny. But but yeah, that was like the only time I ever went recently that I ever went to a completely empty movie theater. I mean, although to be fair, it was during the week, not like it wasn't on the weekend, so that's part of the reason why. But normally, even during the weekdays, I still have like a few people in the theater with me. But there are occasions where I just have almost no people there. Anyway, but yeah. Yeah, it's like you can't bring in outside snacks, but we have to pay for your shit. No, fuck that. Just fuck that. I think next time I'm just gonna sneak in a snack through with my jacket. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sneak in some fruit snacks because I just can't be bothered to like. I can't be bothered to to pay for their shit. Like $5 for a fucking bag of fruit snacks that you're gonna eat in like what a few minutes. Fuck that. Just fuck that. The only reason if I ever pay for snacks, it's really because it's a special occasion. Otherwise, I don't. Like if I'm just going by myself, I don't. But if I'm going with family, then I'll pay because I don't want us to just be there without snacks. But if it's just me, I don't. I'm just like no. Anyway, there's only one MCU movie that's going to be in theaters next year, and that's Deadpool 3. Yeah, you did mention that earlier. I never watched any of the Deadpool movies, or really any of Deadpool's content, but but like but um Deadpool 3, hopefully that ends up being a good movie. I think that will do fine because it will have Hugh Jackman back. That's Wolverine, and fans have always wanted to see a proper movie with him when Ryan Reynolds is Deadpool. Okay, cool. Okay, good. So we might not have a disaster next year. The Deadpool movies are on Disney Plus, by the way, along with Logan. Oh, okay, maybe I'll check them out then. I might check them out because I have been because now that I think about it, I guess I've kind of been taking a bit more of an interest with Marvel lately. I mean, before I did not care about Guardians of the Galaxy, but now I watched all three movies and I'm like, oh wow, this is actually cool. And I've also watched other things like Captain Marvel, the Marvels, and yeah, of course, Spider-Man I've always been interested in, but yeah, I'm starting to watch more and more MCU related stuff. Like I watched the Avengers movies, of course, and some of the related movies. Not the series though. I couldn't give a shit about those, but yeah, it's gonna be rated R, by the way. Oh, okay, fair enough. What will your next stream be? Next week, I'll just cover the FNAF movie, and the Wish movie. So we're gonna cover those because those two apparently, to most people, to the general public, they seem to be pretty mid. I can testify to the first one being mid. I haven't watched Wish yet, so I can't testify to that. Maple's watched it, and he says that it's mid. So I'll give it a watch and see if I feel the same way. So yeah. I'm glad to have gotten the Marvels movies out of the way. I'm wondering exactly what. I mean, the next one's probably going to have to involve Monica and the Beast and Binary, the other version of Captain Marvel. The next movie's probably going to be about that. So I'm actually looking forward to the next movie about the Marvels because I actually like the second one. The first one had a rough start. It was a rough start, but the second one was actually nice. So I'm looking forward to the third one. Oh yeah, Aquaman's having a movie pretty recent. He's going to be having a movie pretty soon. Bunch on the Run is something that should never have been created because I refuse to call it a movie. It's barely even a movie. I refuse to call it that. I refuse to call it a movie. It's technically a movie, but I refuse to call it one because it doesn't deserve that title. Even Sponge Out of Water was more of a movie, and that one was kind of okay. It was okay, but Sponge on the Run was shit. So yeah. Anyway, it'd be funny though. Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Many people believe that Aquaman is going to be another superhero movie that will bomb this year. It would be funny though if it ended up making $1 billion like the first one did. It would be funny because it basically be like it would basically shut everyone up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. I think you talked about this earlier. Yeah. Here, let me. Okay, I found your comment. Basically, uh, yeah, Maple's comment here where he says basically it's not just Marvel's superhero fatigue, but franchise fatigue in general. There have been so many movies that bombed or underperformed at the box office this year. Yeah, we're just being the theater, the world of theater, the our movies or cinema, whatever, is being is being bombarded with movie after movie after movie, and many of them are just mediocre or outright bad. And where people are just tired of it. Like we're just tired of having this space be inundated with so much shit that ranges from mediocre to shit. So we're just tired at this point. We're just fatigued. But anyway, I hope it happens because I just like chaos. Same. Like who doesn't love controversy? Like right? Like I mean, like honestly, it's funny that chaos actually makes the world more interesting. Because the world would be boring if it were just if it were just calm all the time. Like, nothing crazy or bad happening. So it's like, so having some chaos can actually liven you up your day or your life. So, so it's like, okay. I mean, it's in a way it's kind of messed up, but in a way that's just how life works. There's good and there's bad. We can't just have one or the other. There's plenty of that going on right now, right? So much chaos, so much fucking chaos, both within and outside the movie scene. Gee, what games will you be covering? Oh my god, I need to do a rant stream on. Okay, so I do want to do a rant stream on Call of Duty at one point, but I want to wait until I do Modern Warfare 3, the new game, because that one recently came out, and I've been wanting to play it. But from what I've heard, it's not doing so well, which I'm not surprised about. To be honest, I had no expectations for it. I didn't think it was going to be. I didn't think it was going to do well. I didn't think it was going to do badly. I was just pretty indifferent. I was like, oh, they're gonna make another one. Okay, well, let's just see how it goes. So I have no expectations. I'm pretty neutral on it about it. So I do want to cover the Call of Duty games. I want to cover a rant stream on them. I'll do a rant stream on them at some point, but I want to wait until after Modern Warfare 3 came out, and then after that, I will cover them. Although there will be certain ones I won't be covering, like Warzone. I have not played Warzone, especially since I've been told not to play it um, by some people in the Discord community. And I've also what else? Oh yeah, and there are some there are some side games in the Call of Duty franchise that I don't really care about. I have some of them, but I just don't really care to play them. So really, it's just the mainstream titles we're going to be covering. But anyway, yeah, there are many things I have to say about the Call of Duty series too, because it's it definitely has plenty of ups and downs. Like it's just a mess in some ways and great in other ways. It's just not consistent. But I mean, to a degree anyway. But yeah, yeah. I really do want to. I really do want to stream MW3. I really do. I really do. And I'll do it on the Xbox One X because why would I do it on my PS4 when my Xbox One X can actually play in 4K? I mean, both can play in 1080p, obviously, but I mean, I just have a better experience playing games on the Xbox One X and on my base PS4. If I had the PS4 Pro, it would be a different story, but I don't. So, but anyway, um, I really need to get into, and of course, I still need to take care of Sonic Frontiers and Arkham Knight. I've not forgotten about that, guys. Don't worry. I've just been taking a break from video games for a while and doing other things, but I do plan to go back into Arkham Knight pretty soon. So look out for that. And because I really like, all I just have to do is like do the DLC and get the Nightfall Protocol ending, and that's it. Like I'm really almost done with that game, and I can finish in like one or two streams. I just need to get all the trophies first. But anyway, but yeah, don't worry. I do want to finish Arkham Knight at the very least. So, what else was I gonna say? I don't want to drive the damn car. Really, nobody does, which is sad because Arkham Knight is actually it's to me it's actually the best game in terms of gameplay in the Arkham series. But the Batmobile gimmick is so damn irritating that it's enough to put me off from the game. Not enough to ruin the game, obviously, but just enough to put me off the game. It prevents me from playing the game again because I just don't want to deal with that. I really don't want to deal with that. If I ever play the game again, it's just because I want to like just go randomly go around and beat people up or do missions. That's it. Not to like actually replay the story because I don't want to deal with that Batmobile crap again. So that kind of kills the replay value. But I've already talked about this. Anyway, well, let's see. there's the fiasco of Scream 7 where the main actress got fired because she voiced her support for Palestine. Oh, not that. Oh my God. It's like, it's basically a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation where if you don't comment on the conflict, people rip you apart. If you do comment on it, people rip you apart. And some people, and it's like you just can't win because I've seen celebrities get crap for like not taking a side or taking a side. And you just can't win with the public. And I'm like, y'all need to leave celebrities alone. They are people. They're allowed to have opinions that differ from yours, and they have other things that they have to worry about. Like, do you need the opinion of every celebrity out there? No. Just leave people alone and let them just live their lives. And then the co-star left the movie because of some BS excuse involving scheduling. And now they're trying to get back I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce Nev Campbell, the face of the Scream franchise, after they lowballed her in the last movie. Damn. There's Wish taking an ass whooping from critics, and there were also reports of Jamie Foxx, aka Electro, being accused of sexual assault. Ooh. And there was also the drama with my ball team that I did a big rant through on Discord. Oh yeah, I saw that. You were pissed. You were pissed. And speaking of which, I found out that Coco came out today along with the abominable Frozen Olaf short. They forced into theaters. I still have nightmares that I'm in the theaters just waiting for Coco and that damned Frozen short refuses to end. Oof. I don't even remember if I've ever watched it. I guess that's just how irrelevant it was to me. To paraphrase Sluggy Man, I don't want to watch the goddamn Frozen short. Especially when Frozen itself is really such an overrated movie. And at one point it was literally everywhere in public. Like you couldn't go 1 week without somebody talking about Frozen you couldn't go 1 week without hearing the song Let It Go or coming across Frozen merchandise or whatever. Like Disney Frozen was a huge ass hit with Disney. And unfortunately it made everyone so damn tired of the damn movie. So yes, I understand everyone's frustration with that Olaf short. It's like, we get it. You like Frozen's cool. Shut the fuck up about it. But, fortunately that time's passed. But damn, it was so annoying, like, coming across Frozen everywhere. We're getting Frozen 3 and 4, aka the Across Beyond the Spider-Verse treatment. Yay! Fuck me. I really don't want I really don't want, like, a Frozen 3 or 4. I feel like two. I wouldn't say two wasn't unnecessary, but like like it did expand on the family history of Olaf and I'm sorry, Elsa and Anna. I wouldn't say it was. I mean, technically, it didn't need to exist, but I wouldn't outright say it wasn't like. I wouldn't outright say like it just shouldn't have been like it shouldn't have been a thing. I wouldn't say it wasn't as unnecessary as say Toy Story 4. I feel like Frozen 2 was kind of necessary in a way. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like it was just nice to have some more closure on the family history. But Frozen 3 and 4, I don't really see the point in those because Frozen 2 wrapped things up pretty nicely. The original movie is turning 10 years old now, right? Like I still remember watching it. Like damn. Like I remember watching it shortly after, like maybe a year. It was like at most a year after it came out. When did Frozen come out? Like you said 10 years, so like that would be 2013. So yeah, it was like within a year after it came out. That's when I watched it. Like it was during my first year of college, and I was like, and I was on a field trip with my college's men's choir, and I watched Frozen while we were, traveling somewhere to perform. And yeah, that's when I watched it. So like I watched it like months after it came out. So yeah, it's been 10 years since that. 10 years. God damn, time flies. You saw it during Algebra Class in 11th grade. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. But yeah, like really, yeah, I still remember the very first time I watched it. I was like, okay, I can see why people like the movie because I liked it. I actually liked it quite a bit when I first watched it, but like over time, I was like, okay, we get it. It's nice. You don't have to keep reminding us of its existence. Like, but I guess some people just can't help constantly talking about something that they're just so passionate about, or singing about something that they're so passionate about. I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Frozen is pretty good, but nothing more. Like you, Maple, I watched it during school. But it's like okay, it was nice, but it's not the greatest thing ever. Especially when there are better movies out there like Tangled. Tangled was a better movie than Frozen. Objectively speaking, it is the better movie. It just is. It has fewer writing issues. In fact, I can't readily think of any writing issues with Tangled, but I can with Frozen. And I even ranted with Tammin on this at one point, if you guys remember. But yeah, I remember my friend named Mia kept telling me to watch Frozen because it was just so good. And when I finally watched it, she told me she's now sick and tired of the movie because her sister kept watching it every day. Right? Like when somebody listens to a song or watches a movie so many times, you're just like, dude, we're tired of that. Stop. Stop. The reason I mentioned like the reason I mentioned like song because it's like I had a similar experience with somebody like one of my cousins, not Stephanie or her siblings, but like um like a different cousin of mine who's very young, like 6 or so, and he kept playing the goddamn Imagine Dragons song, My Enemy or whatever it was called. And I'm just like, dude, stop playing that. We know you like the song, but you stop playing it so much. Use headphones. It's kind of like that here with Frozen, where it's like you're just tired of hearing "Let It Go," or you're tired of hearing people talk about it. It's just like Frozen, stop. It's overrated. Unfortunately, all Disney movies have singing in them. Pretty much, or most of them anyway. I'm not sure if every single one has them, but it seems most of them do. Because that's just Disney's thing. It likes turning everything into a musical, which is silly bad. Maybe not so much a musical, just a movie with some songs in it. To be honest, I kind of wish we had a Madagascar 4. Really? Huh. I honestly forgot what Madagascar 3 was even about. Oh, no, I remember now. And Madagascar 2 as well. And number one. Man, I miss watching the Madagascar movies. I might rewatch them someday because they were just so much fun. I need to go back through my movie collection because, like, DreamWorks, I still have so many classic DreamWorks movies here. Shrek, uh, How to Train Your Dragon, Kung Fu Panda. But then you have some crappy ones like the Boss Baby movies. So, anyway, I don't think a Madagascar 4 is happening because of what happened at the Oscars last year. Well, it's for the best. We don't really need a Madagascar 4. I feel like the third movie wrapped things up quite nicely. And not that I'm surprised because, it's a trilogy. Like, there are a lot of trilogies out there where, the third movie wraps everything up pretty well, or at least decently well. Because we humans, we just find three to be the perfect number. Like you can have two and four. You can have a duology or quadrilogy, but trilogies are just more common because we just like the number three. Three is always enough, or almost always enough. Chris Rock voiced Marty. Oh yeah, that's right. Jada Pinkett Smith voiced Gloria. Yeah, I remember. AKA Will Smith's wife. So, yeah, you can see why there's not going to be a Madagascar 4. Hmm. So it's like, are you sure you want those two people working together after what happened, at the Oscars? That basically became a meme. There were plans for a fourth movie. Oh, okay. But it got taken off the schedule and put on hold because of DreamWorks committing to a new policy where they will only release two movies a year. Okay. And that's for the best, because you don't want to release too many movies at once. Like, cough cough Disney. The animals return home in Madagascar 3. They do, but then they go off on a but then they become a traveling circus troupe, which is fine. But I mean, if you, I mean, we have the penguins in Madagascar, but I would not count that as Madagascar 4, even though it takes place after Madagascar 3. Who the hell would count that as Madagascar 4? I certainly wouldn't, because I don't think it's Madagascar 4. I really don't think it is. It's nice actually being able to talk to you guys again. I miss having these rant streams with you and video game streams. But I do plan to come back. I feel like I'm glad I took a break because I really was getting burned out from doing streams. So now I'm actually looking forward to coming back. So so yeah, and I do plan to play. I do the first thing I'm probably going to tackle is the Modern Warfare 3 game and then Arkham Knight because that the Modern Warfare 3 game I can just knock out more quickly. But damn, to hear that it's doing so badly now, that's disappointing. Although to be honest, I wasn't expecting anything great from it anyway. So I should watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, it's nice. It used to be something that I would just watch whenever it came out on TV, but I've just never really been all that interested in it. But I might give it a chance. I might give it a chance because after watching Ryan the Last Dragon, I'm thinking maybe I should just watch the thing that it's based on. Yeah, it's amazing how you can watch something like you can not watch something for a while and then still remember it. Because like I get that with a lot of movies and shows as well. Like a lot of people do, where it's like you don't watch something for a while, but then you still remember certain lines. So it's like, wow, damn. Yeah, I'm gonna watch Legend of. If I'm gonna watch the Avatar: The Last Airbender, I might as well watch Legend of Korra too. Because that is pretty divisive series from what I've heard. But I'm still gonna give it a chance. Maybe it's not as bad as everyone says it is. Both series are on Netflix, by the way. Thank you. I guess I'll check those out though. I've been watching right now. I've been watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm on the Stardust Crusaders arc. With Jotaro and his friends and his grandpa, who was the protagonist of the second arc, by the way. Um, but he was a lot younger that time. So I've been watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I'm getting close. I'm like 75% done with the third arc. It's been pretty fun so far. But I think after JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, maybe I'll tackle Arcane because I stopped like after the first fourth episode of Arcane. I need to go back and watch it, and and I guess I can watch Avatar: The Last Airbender as well, and then The Legend of Korra after that. So I guess those are the ones I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna prioritize now. Oh, you're watching Henry Danger? I've watched bits and pieces of that. It's not the worst show, but I feel like this marked the start of Dan Schneider's downfall, where he just lost his touch. Because he used to make pretty funny content, but Henry Danger doesn't really feel all that funny anymore. Sometimes it is. Like there are times where it is, but overall it's just not really all that funny. Like it's not as funny as the Amanda Show or Drake and Josh or Zoe 101 or iCarly or even Victorious. It's just not as funny as any of those shows because those shows were pretty funny overall, but Henry Danger is just kind of mixed. Oh yeah, right. You told me about that where the Series X model can catch on fire. Kind of like the Galaxy Note 7. Yeah. I think that was the phone that could catch on fire. Yeah, Core's gotten a pretty split reaction with the fan base. Yeah. Some people like it, some people don't. You either hate it or you don't. It's just one of those shows where if you hate it, you hate it. If you like it, you like it. There's pretty much no in between. from my understanding, it kind of has the same problem with Captain Marvel, where it takes way too long until Korra becomes a good character. From the general consensus, season one was okay at best, season two was bad, season three was actually great, and season four was pretty good. That's not a good thing because you should have a good impression of a first character, or you should think like a character should be good from the start. That's what I'm saying. Like you shouldn't have to wait a while before a character becomes good. That should be there from the start. And by good, I don't necessarily mean like, developing from a bad person to a good person, whatever. I mean good as in like just having good writing. So I'm tempted. So it's like, okay, so season one and season two are crappy. So I have to wait 2 seasons until I get to where Korra becomes a good character? Damn. Oh, hey. Hey, launches. What is up? AKA DBZ. So yeah, I'll still give The Legend of Korra a chance. I feel like I'm afraid that to me it kind of gives me. Maybe that's not the right comparison because to be honest, I'm really not all that interested in watching The Legend of Korra. I'm more interested in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Kind of like how I'm more interested in Naruto than Boruto. I'm wondering if that's gonna be the same with Avatar and Korra. I really don't want it to be the same as that because Boruto I do not give a shit about. I do not care about Boruto. So I'm hoping that The Legend of Korra will hold my interest more than Boruto ever did. I'm hoping. Yeah, Schneider and Dan Schneider and Drake Bell are really effed up people, from what I've heard. Drake Bell actually came to your high school? Wow, and he performed with this band. Yeah, Drake. See, he had a good start with his career, but then it just dive bombed. It just fucking dive bombed after the Drake and Josh uh Christmas movie and the really big shrimp movie. Like Drake Bell just after that point he basically just became all washed up and shit. That's a memory I would now like to forget. Oh, I'm sorry, Maple. No, I haven't watched Invincible. Invincible. I haven't. Here, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hang on. Yeah, I'm back. Let me put this mouse to the side. Okay, I'm back. So I was just getting hungry. And yeah, like I have an hour before midnight, so it's almost Thanksgiving. I have to work tomorrow from 9:30 to 5:30. So I won't be eating lunch with my mom and grandma. Dinner, maybe, but lunch. No. Really, I'm getting tired of having to think to work on Thanksgiving though. So I literally work. I've been working like almost every Thanksgiving. Uh, it's okay. I mean, at least I don't have to like. I still have to work late tomorrow. It's just gonna be like from 9:30 to 5:30. The store closes at 5, so yeah. Still don't know how I'm gonna celebrate Thanksgiving with my family, where we're going for it. Same. Honestly, holidays I don't think much about. I really don't. So how far are you on art tonight? I have half the trophies, so I still have a way to go. Yeah, I know. I've been slacking off. They are hard to get. They are, even with the guide. This game is so hell bent on wasting your time that it literally forces you to get all the trophies just to access the true ending, the final ending. Ain't nobody got time for that. I guess the developers weren't considering that when they decided to make everyone use the Batmobile so much. I don't fucking know. Not gonna lie, but if only Rockstar had left GTA San Andreas the way it was and not made a remastered version of the game at all, they really shouldn't have even tried. Like, don't remaster something if you're not gonna put in any effort. Just like they would have been better off just not doing anything, leaving the trilogy alone. But they didn't do that. So this was the result. Apparently, there was supposed to be an update on the game where you get the Batman suit with Robin Pattinson's version, but it got taken down. Damn, I didn't know that. That would have been nice. Rocksteady is still trying to ride the high of the Arkham series in the hopes that the new Suicide Squad game doesn't kill them, which, by the way, comes out in 3 months. Finally! That game has had quite a bit of history. A long ass history. Rockstar should not have bothered with making The Lost and Damned and the Battle of Gay Tony DLC to GTA 4. And just made the episode from Liberty City to be able to buy digital. I think that would have been better too. Because I have those two I have The Lost and the Damned and Battle of Gay Tony as like a separate they're both part of a separate game called the episodes from Liberty City. They could have just been bundled with GTA 4. I guess I thought that would have been too much. I don't fucking know. Or they could have just made a digital episode, but whatever. Wait, what? I just would love to know the truth behind what the hell happened with Rocksteady after Arkham Knight. Because it was believed that after Arkham Knight, Rocksteady pitched a Superman game to Warner Brothers, but they denied the pitch and told them to do a Suicide Squad game instead. Interesting. However, there was a report from someone that claimed that Rocksteady never had a Superman game in development at all. I want to have hope for the new Suicide Squad game, but with all the history surrounding it, along with forcing the live services crap down our throats, I don't have any hope for it whatsoever. Neither do I. I mean, it doesn't help that the game's been delayed how many times? So, oops. What makes it even worse is that the co-CEOs of Rocksteady actually left the project and the studio last year. Damn. That does make it worse. I was thinking the same thing, Maple. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I was thinking, wait, this reminds me of the time Yuji Naka left Sonic Team during Sonic 06's development. And you literally said what I was thinking. You said what I was thinking. We are twins. We are twins. I was like, it reminds me of that. And you literally just went and said what I was thinking. If you get a new gen version of GTA 4, 5, sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking. Anyway, if you get a new gen version of GTA 5, what platform are you going to get it on? That's a good question. I've been wondering that ever since I saw Blue Stream yesterday. Um, probably Xbox One, or I guess technically Xbox Series X as well if it's cross gen, if there's a cross gen bundle. But Xbox One, because like I don't see a reason to get it for the PS4 when my Xbox One X can play at a higher quality. Huh. There was also the drama with Warner Brothers Games Montreal, the studio behind Arkham Origins, that were doing the Wayne-led Batman game until that got turned down in favor of Gotham Knights. Ew. Warner Brothers Games is really killing themselves, and it shows. They really are. They really are, because that's just not. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry as hell. The only hope for the future is that there's a chance that the new Wonder Woman game developed by Monolith will not have the live service crap, despite reports of the game including it. Hopefully, Bailey Warner Brothers has a movie and a video game company. Yeah, they do. I was thinking of getting a new Suicide Squad game with the money I got for ad revenue on my blog just for shits and giggles, but I really don't want to waste $70 on that. Black Friday sale at best for me. Same. Like, unless it's something that I really want to play right away, I'm not going to pay $70. I made an exception with Modern Warfare 2 last year. That was it. Like, it's rare that I ever pay full price for something like that. Because $70 for me is too much for a game. I can, like, $60 is bad enough. 70, no. Let's see. He deserves. The worst part of all this is that the game will be the last performance ever by Kevin Conroy as Batman. Oh, I remember you telling me about that. He deserves to go out on a much better note than that. He does. So I was just looking at something. Bush got an A minus score on Cinema Score. Oh, wow. Okay. The Marvels only got a B score. I mean, that's pretty much the score I would give it, but I wasn't expecting Wish to have an A minus. That's a pretty high score. Mhm. Oh, damn. In case you're wondering, a B grade on Cinema Score is bad, especially for blockbusters. It's like the school grade equivalent of a D. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Never mind then. Never mind then. Never mind then. I was like, oh, a B score's not so bad. No, no, it is. Oh, oh, okay. Well, shit. Like, well, damn. Fuck. And there's only like two or three other MCU movies that got that score. Ooh, damn. Well, shit. Oops. Oh my god, get out of there. There you go. Ouch. The only time when there's CinemaScore used to get to D or F is with art house. It is with art house films that are basically designed to be polarizing. Oh, okay. Wow. No, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, there wasn't in the first Captain Marvel movie. There was a tribute to the great Stan Lee. There was. It was the first Marvel movie that got released after he died. Yeah, it was a nice tribute though. Like even the whole Marvel Studios logo that shows up before like the Marvel movies. Stan Lee was literally all over that. Like they were showing pictures of all that shit as like the camera was zooming out on the logo. And then he showed up later in the movie, like in a scene where Captain Marvel was chasing down one of the Skrull operatives on on a moving train, which was nice. Yeah, like Captain Marvel was like literally going through the vehicle. She was checking to see if the Skrull had morphed into anyone. Stanley was reading something. She put the paper down gently. He smiled at her. She smiled back at him, and then she put the paper back up. That was a nice cameo. That was nice. I completely forgot to mention that. I was going to mention that, but I forgot. I'm glad you told me. I'm glad you told me because I forgot to mention it. Uh, I I can't believe I forgot to mention that. Here, let me see if I can go back in. Uh, yeah. It's very late, but better late than never. There was a nice tribute to Stanley in the movie twice. One when when the whole Marvel Studios logo was showing up, and one when Captain Marvel was like going through the bus looking for the scroll um uh operative. But yeah, I forgot to mention that. It would be quite funny in a year where Disney has had bomb after bomb that which ends up being the big hit at the box office, right? Like initial negative reception, then it just and then just skyrockets. That would just cause more chaos, and I would and I would love it, right? Exactly. Same here. Where it's like you think a movie's gonna suck, and it doesn't. It's funny though that for years people have, have sworn up and down that Marvel and Disney are paying off critics. You cannot say that that's the case anymore. Yeah, if that was ever the case, it certainly isn't the case now. So what's better in your opinion, Captain Marvel, or the Avengers? The Avengers, obviously, because Captain Marvel, like Maple said, they waited too long to make her a likable character, and a character that actually feels compelling. So yeah, sorry, the Avengers didn't have that problem. So oops, Captain Marvel is gonna have to take it all on this one. It's funny how certain Marvel fans respond to the bad reviews for the Marvels from critics by calling them out because they like the Flash. Flash. I didn't like the Flash either, but that's really not the burn that folks think it is. I never watched the Flash, so I can't comment um on that. But to say that, to attack the critics for something like that's pretty dumb. I always say whenever you give a negative review of something, then people respond with, "But you like this movie? Like, how are you supposed to defend yourself after that? Like, I'm sorry, I like the movie you did, and hate, I hate the movie that you liked or looking forward to." Yeah, like, can movies just exist independently of other movies? Like, do you have to be like, oh, well, if you like this movie, then you should like this movie? Or how can you say that you dislike this movie when you dislike this movie? When you like this movie? And just like, that's not really how criticism works, fam. Like, like really, again, movies exist independently of each other. So, like, it just doesn't make any sense. It really just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, people are allowed to like movies that are, or just like two movies that are similar. Like you can dislike one and like the other, or like one and dislike the other, and whatever. Like, does it have to be? Oh, well, if you like this, then don't you think you should like this? No, that's just really not how it works. Sorry, not sorry. Marvel and DC fans are a bunch of babies. You're not wrong. I actually agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Seems like people just want to find reasons to complain about anything. It's like you're not allowed to have an opinion. I mean, it's always really been like this throughout human history, but it really shows here where it's like you're not allowed to have an opinion on something that other people liked or disliked, like or dislike. It's just like get over yourselves and go touch some grass. People are allowed to have opinions. Let them have opinions. Let them differ in opinions. Marvel fans are basically now acting like DC fans in 2016 when Batman and Superman versus Superman and Suicide Squad got bad reviews. Yeah, pretty much. It just makes me want to avoid the superhero scene in general because there's just so much polarizing shit in it. Just so much divisiveness in the community. Just so much. I'm going to head out. Happy Thanksgiving, Chi and Maple. See you guys next time. Well, thank you, Patrick. Happy Thanksgiving. I guess I should be heading out too since it's getting pretty late over here. I just wanted to catch up with you guys on shit. But I really don't have anything to say at this point. I'm just, running my mouth. Going back to what you said earlier, Maple, there's something else I want to say. Like, and it's possible to like have to like be to like try out two similar things and dislike one and like the other. But then again, it's also natural for I guess it's also natural for people to assume, oh well, if you like this movie, then maybe you'll like this movie that's similar. I mean, I'm not saying that's not that that I'm not saying that it's not natural to think that way. Like it's perfectly natural to think that way. It's just that it doesn't always work out that way. But that's just something I want to point out because sometimes you might end up liking something that's similar, but sometimes you won't. That's just how it is. Anyway, but yeah, these movies aren't the best, but they're not the worst either. First Captain Marvel is serviceable, yeah, at best. And the Marvels movie is pretty enjoyable if you're looking for a fun action movie. But if you're looking for something a little more than that, you might want to look somewhere else. Well, to be fair, again, the second movie isn't trying to be some sort of grand masterpiece. It's just really there to give you a fun time. And it succeeded. But it is flawed and it could have been better, but it did what it had to do. So I will give it a pass. Captain Marvel, not so much. It's serviceable, but it's just like, I kind of liked it, but it could have been better because it tried really hard, but it didn't even get so far. Like, we're not even gonna go to, I'm not even gonna reference Linkin Park because it tried so hard, but it didn't get so far. This movie tried, but it did not go very far. Sorry. Yeah, like if you don't like these movies, that's fine, but leave the cast and crew alone. People need to stop starting shit with celebrities and and writers and whatnot who are literally just trying to do their jobs and going on with their lives. So annoying. I guess people just like drama. But yeah, I have nothing more to say here. It was fun. It was fun just, catching up with you guys and talking about these movies that are so damn controversial. Yeah, online harassment has gotten ridiculous. Like, it's stupid. People are getting doxxed over the most mundane of shit. Like, like no joke. There was this. I'm not sure if you know this. Maybe you do, but there was this one woman named Lindsay Ellis who watched Ride the Last Dragon, and then she made a comment saying that, oh, something along the lines of, oh, great, another Avatar: Last Airbender redux or whatever. And Raya and the Last Dragon fans flamed her for it. And I'm just like, y'all are gonna flame her for one offhand tweet? Like, really? Like, y'all are gonna like leave the girl alone. So, like, she's allowed to have her opinion. Like, I mean, like, could she have said it in a better way? Sure, but that's not a reason to harass her. Like, just leave people alone. Leave people alone. That's all I can say. Leave people alone. It makes me afraid. Like, if I ever do become a celebrity one day, it makes me afraid. It generally makes me afraid to ever say anything in public because if I say one thing that people don't like and it could be something really trivial, then I might get flamed for it. I might get canceled. It's stupid. Cancel culture is stupid. It's so damn dumb. Yeah, you remember that scene with yeah, you remember that tweet with Lindsay Ellis like that was just messed up. Like y'all are gonna flame her for having an opinion that you don't like. You don't have to like the opinion, but it's like leave her alone. Like it's just stupid. People getting harassed for dumb shit. And it's not even just that. Like there's so many more instances I can think of, and that you could think of too. But you get the idea. Like people just infuriate me. Let people have different opinions. Come on. If I was a celebrity, I would barely be on social media except for maybe promoting my movie shows or whatever. Yeah, basically just for business because that's really all you can do. Like if you try to do anything else, you might get flamed. Like just if you tried anything else, you just might get flamed. Like just it's not really worth the risk nowadays. If I was getting harassed like that, I wouldn't so much be worried about myself, more about of those I care about getting dragged into it. I'm the same way. Like I'd be more worried about anybody else being affected. Like if it's just me, like oh, I would hate that. So if it were just me, I'd hate that. But if it were other people, getting involved, just no, fuck that. Like you don't leave them alone. Your beef is with me. Leave them alone. But I guess, but whatever. People are just stupid and tribalistic. It's disgusting. It's just really disgusting. Like the internet has done both good and bad things for humanity, and we can see the bad things right in front of us. Online harassment, cyber stalking, um, you know, breaching cybersecurity by, hacking and whatnot. It's just fucking hell. That's always a big question with folks that want to take over for big franchises. Yeah, pretty much. Are you willing to deal with any major potential backlash if fans don't like your product? Right? Not to mention that when you become that famous, there's a there's like there's like oh wait, hold on. I would say yes, just as long as it was on me and not on the CEO work for. Yeah, same. Like if you're gonna target like if you're gonna if you have a beef with me, fine, whatever, but don't target anybody else that has nothing to do with it because that's just not fair. Like your beef is with me, not with everyone else. So yeah, exactly. It's just really sad. Like we're in this we're just in this state where people are getting canceled for so many trivial, innocuous things. If my product gets hated because of studio interference or whatever, then that would piss me off because that was not my version. Yeah, because executive meddling is always a thing. So like it's always a possibility, I should say. Like because at the end of the day, the creators don't fully have control over what goes on behind the scenes. Sometimes you don't even have control at all. Like, like it's just like that's the thing. Like people often don't know what goes on behind the scenes. So that's another big factor. If my product was completely my vision and it got hated, I would be mostly okay because at least I know I'm getting hate for something that I thought was right and no one else. Yeah, like if it's just you being held accountable for what you did, then it's fine. But if it's everyone else that ends up suffering, then it's not fine. It's not. But I don't know. I don't know. I guess free thought is no longer a thing nowadays. I mean, it's still technically a thing. It's just that people are more and more against it. The crazy, like more and more crazy people are rising up against it. It's like, no, you can't say this. It's like, stop. Let people do what they want. Like, let people say and do what they want, please. As long as you're not hurting anybody, who the fuck cares? It's only really the directors and creators that are proven and experienced that get the majority of creative control over their project. Exactly. For those less experienced when they take over a big franchise, there's a good chance that the city will have plenty of involvement with it. Yeah, because like you're gonna need to have some help if you're not all that experienced. But if you're a director or somebody who or a creator who's highly experienced, then you can be trusted with control with taking like control over the project. So yeah, I mean everyone has to start somewhere after all. So but even so, there are times where creators don't get as much control as they should. We already know this, but it's something that I want to point out. It's like because that's just how it is. Anyway, which is why I honestly no joke. I'm honestly afraid. I do plan to be. I do want to be a writer someday, but it's like I'm afraid that if I ever this won't be much of an issue with writing books, but like if I ever get an adaptation for my books, like it's just like I'm afraid of what exactly if I ever got that something like that. I'm afraid of what would happen because I don't know what exactly would happen. Like, would it be like my vision or would it be something else entirely? Because adaptations aren't always faithful. They often aren't. But yeah, I still am interested in writing my stories that I said I would do because I have a full concept of it. Same here. I'm still going to keep writing, just Just like if I hope, I would love for my works to make it on the big screen or to some other to some other format, media format, but like it's just like, but it's just like I'd still have that uncertainty, that feeling of uncertainty where it's like, okay, I get that adaptation, but if it ends up not being, if it ends up like sucking and not following my vision, I'd be afraid if it ended up sucking. But then again, I'm not like just having a different adaptation wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to me because it would just be telling the story a different way. That's fine. Like, I'm not against the idea of adaptations not being faithful entirely, but it's just like I don't want them to change so much to where like the original vision was just completely lost. So, oh yeah, you had a Bobby Jet series, the Bobby Jet series, which actually sounds pretty interesting, especially the part about the AI playing a role in high school. Because who doesn't love a story with AI? And also the character of Heather Kelly, who I decided to make a character that's like part human but also part AI at the same time. Now that's interesting. A part human, part AI character. Huh. That would be interesting. That actually sounds pretty cool. And who knows, maybe your works will show up on the big screen. Not necessarily in like the movie theaters or TV or whatever, but like, maybe some artist will be like, "Hey, I want to adapt your work. Let's work together." It's like cool. Like maybe a comic book or an animation, that'd be cool. The Cliff Note version is that it's a high school where students' grades are slipping and teachers are becoming less reliable. So the student solution is to make an AI entertainment system. That actually does sound like a really cool concept. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds pretty cool. It's like, okay, so our education system sucks. Why don't we replace it with an AI? Let's see how that works. And it's like, now that ought to be interesting. Like you could do quite a bit of world building with that. Or more of education system, I should say. Okay. And still working on my series, but it's coming along nicely. So so yeah, I wish you luck in your series, Maple, because it does sound pretty interesting. Damn. Okay. Well, I don't really have anything else to say at this point. Oh, Janet named Georgie, sorry, who is also a secret agent, doesn't trust that program, wants Bobby Jet's help to provide proof that the system can't be reliable. Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, trying to show people that the system isn't working. Okay, cool. So we have a conflict here. Georgie also has a past with Bobby's grandfather, who worked closely to stop a program like that, but now it's coming back to life. Oh, history really does repeat itself, doesn't it? Okay. Huh, that actually sounds pretty interesting. Plus, who doesn't love a good intergenerational story? Bobby also has two best friends named Kate, who's super smart, and Eli, who's super funny but also annoying. There's always that trio. You got the smart one, the funny one, and the normal one. No, I'm kidding. I don't really know what Bobby's relation personality is like, but I mean those personalities work. Basically, the idea of the story of the first book is to find another proof that the AI system can't be trusted before the school vote of that commences by the end of the year. Oh, wow. Shit. So they are on the time limit. Yeah, time limits create stakes. Who doesn't love a good time limit? Bobby is very cocky and energized, but also has a heart of gold and always puts himself in front of others. Aww. He sounds like a best boy. Okay, so that's Bobby, and there's Kate, and there's Eli. Okay, Bobby, Kate, and Eli, and Bobby has to work with Georgie, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, in order to stop uh, a vote, the school from voting that that there should be an AI system in place. They have to find proof that the AI system is not reliable, especially since Georgie has experience with such an AI system. Although at times Bobby's ambition can get the better of him and he ends up laying people down because of that. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes okay. Okay, so he has a character flaw as well. So he can be too ambitious at times, but he means well, usually. And I decided to wait until the next story to introduce Heather, but it would end up being the story of her trying to be 100% human again, get the eye half out of her without killing her. Oh, that actually sounds pretty cool. Like saving, like, the classic saving the person from themselves in a way trope where it's like they have something inside their body that they want to get rid of, but if they do, they might kill them, so you have to find a way to save them from that. I actually like that kind of story. And again, you're creating stakes, which is pretty cool. The point of the series is not exactly to be pro AI or anti AI, but more to examine the pros and cons of it and how it will affect our future. Okay, that's actually good. I'm actually glad you said that because I feel like what you're doing here is going to deliver a more nuanced message than just outright saying AI is good or AI is bad. Like you're going to show both sides here and let people come to their own conclusions. That's actually pretty good storytelling because it allows for more depth in your story than to just outright have only one viewpoint be expressed. So I'm glad that you're going down this route and not the more simplistic route. Of course, it's fine to have one viewpoint at times, but it's okay to have stories where, there's a lot of gray instead of black and white. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to what you have to write. Let me check something. Oh, well, never mind. Okay. And with Heather, the backstory with her is that she got in an accident that killed her parents and almost killed her until a doctor named Ian Meadowbrook saved her life. Okay, I'm guessing that she had to save her life I mean, Ian Mel. Well, I don't know. Anyway, Mel Brooke had recently lost his daughter and saw a bit of her in Heather. Okay, damn, shit, oof. he saves her with AI. I knew it. So that's how he saves her. So he saves her with AI and plants a chip inside her that basically programs her to act the way that Ian wants. Oh, that so oh, that's gonna go well. That's totally gonna go well. The idea is that Ian is trying to hide the grief of losing his daughter by adopting Heather, and having her act the way she wants him to. Okay, so he's projecting his loss of his daughter onto Heather, thus leading to this fucked up psychophysiological experiment. Okay, that actually sounds pretty interesting because not only gives Heather a chance to develop, but also gives Ian a chance to develop and potentially realize how wrong he is for doing this to Heather. What happens though is that 10 years later, Heather somehow breaks free of that and gets her own self back. Oh, okay, good. Nice. Okay, so she does end up breaking free. Now, how she gets to that point, well, we'll just have to wait and see. Okay, that actually sounds pretty cool. There comes a conflict which ends in Ian's house getting burned and possibly left for dead, and Heather getting adopted with her own foster family, like she was fucking supposed to. Okay, good, good. That is what should have been. That is what should have happened at the beginning. But Ian had other plans. Basically, she was 4 years old when the accident happened, and 14 when she broke free. Okay, I was wondering when exactly she broke free, when exactly she had the accident. So the poor thing was traumatized from a very early age, and she spent quite a no, quite a quite a significant part of her childhood under someone else's control, basically. And I can't imagine how much pain that would have caused her. Yeah, exactly. He stole exactly. That's what I'm saying. He stole her chick. He stole her fucking child. Oh my god, that's really fucked up. For you to do something like that to somebody, like if you need, like, it's sad because his intentions started off good, but at least they appeared that way, and then they turned into that. The entirety of what of that the entirety of that is to prove that AI can never replicate human beings, no matter how hard you try or how perfect the AI is. Yep. At the end of the day, AI is AI and should never come at the expense of human beings. Good. That's actually a pretty good moral because there are stories out there where I believe there are people trying to like replace parts of their bodies with with robotic parts or whatever. Like they're trying to basically make better versions of themselves. And it's like if you do that, you take away what makes you human, fam. Because at the end of the day, you're not a machine. You're not. Like you can use machines to help you, but you can't use them to replace you. You can't. You just can't. AI shouldn't AI or just really like robots and machines in general should not come at the expense of human beings. Human beings are human beings and should stay that way. These machines can be these the AI, the machines, the robots, it can all be resourceful, but they should never be the complete main course. Because again, we're all humans at the end of the day, and we should respect that. Because if we don't, that's what leads to ruin. Heather basically comes into Bobby's life during his sophomore year when he needs a partner to help his double life as an agent and student. Oh, a double life, right? That's so cool. So Heather sounds like she's going to be an important character in Bobby's story. But yeah, that's all I will say about that for right now. Okay, that actually sounds pretty interesting. I'm not going to lie. You certainly have your themes and your conflicts in order. I'm curious as to see how how these stories will turn out. And I like this is a four-part series, so four-book series. So like, I know you don't want to reveal too much because that would, spoil the fun. But I'm glad you told me some things because that actually does sound pretty interesting. Oh, the titles, right? I think you might have mentioned it before in a like a rant stream some time ago, but I don't remember them. Oh, my hands are so ashy. Anyway, book one, a fresh man start. Get it? Book two, sophomore slump. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. You named them after like different classes in high school. Book three, the 11th junior hour. Get it? No, I'm kidding. I wonder what book four is named. Book four ending on a high senior note. Okay. Those seem like pretty good titles. So it looks like you got everything planned more or less. Well, maybe not exactly everything, but you have a lot of it planned, it would seem. Oh shit, I almost knocked my headphones off the fucking thing. Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Damn it. Oh well. I'm almost thinking about a fifth book that acts as a prologue to that where Bobby gets in a rematch with complete AI Cell. That actually could be interesting. It would be like the final fight of Sonic Heroes where all the characters come together to take down Metal Sonic in his super form. Oh, okay. That could be something. And and I'm glad you're thinking about it now because if you had tried to write a prologue like well into your series, you likely would have run across from some you likely would have, come across some continuity issues. So it's better you plan that shit out as early as possible. So so yeah, I'm glad you're thinking of a prologue now rather than later. And then I would move on to the series with Heather and Kelly in their college years. Ooh, college years. Okay, look at you go. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, let's do it. That actually sounds pretty cool. Kind of like a follow-up series. And it would involve the Doctor returning, getting his vengeance on Heather. Fuck. Of course, like Heather just can't have one goddamn break. But that's okay because the story would be boring otherwise. I am wondering though if I should make Heather completely human by the end of the Bobby Jet series or by the end of her series. It's up to you, honestly. It's up to you. I'm kind of leaning towards the first, I'm going to be honest, but it depends on what exactly how exactly you want the conflict to go in the in her series, in Heather's series. It depends. It's up to you, really. Whatever works for you. Because I feel like you could go either way, but it depends on how exactly your conflict's going to go in Heather's series. I'll figure it out later. Yeah, I imagine you're not going to be able to figure everything out now. It depends. Because, like, things can change when you write. Maybe you'll find that something works later, then, like, maybe you'll, like, find out later that something else could work. Or maybe you'll find out later that something that you wanted to use won't actually work. So, really, it's all up to you. But I'm glad you told me about your series. It actually does seem pretty interesting. But yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you too, Maple, and you to everyone else in the chat. This has been really fun. But I really should get going because it's getting late over here. Normally, like streaming this late would not bother me all that much, but I have to work tomorrow from 9:30 to 5:30, so 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. So I should get some sleep. But yeah, anyway, this has been really fun. Thank you all so much for watching. And thank you, Maple, for being here and for helping me articulate exactly why the Marvel movies are flawed, but can still be enjoyable. And it felt fun talking to you guys again. So I hope to do more of that next week. And yeah, definitely. This was probably the most civilized live stream talking about these two movies out there. It probably was. Because you all know some of these get really heated. So like yeah, we were all pretty chill. Like the movies, they're not bad, but they're not perfect. Although the second is better than the first, um, they both have flaws. But that's okay. Because if you like them, you like them. If you don't, you don't. And they both have a lot of controversy, but at the end of the day, despite movie's controversy, you should try to give it a chance. You might like it, you might not. If you end up disliking it, fair. If you don't, then hey, you got a chance to enjoy another movie. Yeah, exactly. Movies are just movies at the end of the day. Like, put aside the controversy and the author and just focus on the movie. Well, putting aside the author might be hard to do. It depends because with the whole Mulan 2020 shit, it's gonna be very hard to put aside the authors. but but you get what I mean. Like, just at the end of the day, just try to judge a movie based on its own merits instead of its controversy or whatever. Because movies are just movies. Anyway, this has been fun, but I will be going now. The next game I'm probably going to tackle is Modern Warfare 3, so stay tuned for that. And Arkham Knight, obviously. So stay tuned for those. Those are up on my list of games to play. Hopefully I'll have them done before the end of the year. But anyway, yeah, don't harass all people over their opinions either. Please don't. You can have a different opinion. You don't have to like someone else's opinion. You don't have to agree with somebody else's opinion, but leave people alone. They can think whatever the hell they want. And that's okay. Yeah, that's all I got to. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I'm Timurla15, and I will see you bitches next time. So until then, deuces and goodbye. Oh yeah, and happy Thanksgiving. Bye.